welcome in everyone. Nice to see you all. Hope you're doing fantastically. Happy Friday. And it's actually Friday the Lens. Okay. Hi everyone. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing fantastically. Hello, hello. Scroll, please. Thank you. More. Congrats on the first. How are you so consistently first recently, More? Do you like have something that tells you when I go live before Twitch tells you? Because like, holy cow. I think you've been first like 20 times in a row, which is crazy. Coffee, congrats on the second. Nice to see you. Thanks for the daily check-in. Thanks for telling chat they're amazing. Elegant, congrats on the third. Oh, thank you for sending many love and hugs. And thank you for the daily check-in, Elegant. Teeter Totter, hello. Thank you for the daily check-in. Meech, hello. Thank you for the daily check-in. Stells, why are you here to steal knees yet again? I need my knees, okay? My knees may be dumb and they may be creaky, but I still need them, okay? I'm just saying. Anyway, thank you so much for the daily check-in. Congrats on your first one. Steven, hello. Nice to see you. Hello. What's happening? Oh, my things are... Hold on. Wait. Cross humor. My earbud just like fell off my desk. And the other one's in my ear, so it felt weird. But anyway. That live notification is fine. It's fine. I literally like... I don't know. The longer I stream, the harder I have a time like figuring out what the heck to do. So I know like some people just have the same go live notification over and over, but I'm like, I want mine to be fun, you know? But then I'm like, I have no idea what the heck to put today, but it's fine. Maybe I should just have a default one that like I go to if I'm like, I have no idea what to say. So, you know, here you go. But I want to come up with something, but I also was not about to capitalize on poor Rally. Because I was like, oh my god, my friend had a car accident today. But I was like, not going to do that to him. And also, the only reason I'm saying this is because he said it first in Billy's chat. So I'm like, if he said it in Billy's chat, then he's fine with people knowing about it. But anyway. Gotta go back to work. Gotta go back to work! It's 8:15! What do you mean go back to work? My goodness. Church on, hello! Nice to see you. Thank you for the daily check-in. Knife, thank you for the daily check-in. It almost feels like 4-4, except when you try to feel the 4-4 groove, you get an 8 though taken from you unceremoniously. I love how that's the 50th one. Hangman, hello! Nice to see you. Hello, hello. This sounds jarring and very uncomfy. It's not! It's a good song. It's a really good song. Hi, Goblin. Nice to see you. Thank you for the daily check-in. No cap. Hello, hello. And Goblin. There we go. Thank you for feeding the bot. Thank you for working, Goblin. I appreciate you. Hi, Styles. Look. My knees, you don't even want them. I promise you, you don't want them. And I don't need them shot out because they're creaky enough as it is. Unless you can, like, shoot grease in there or something. Oh my gosh. The amount of times in the last week where I have tried to, like, sit down on my couch without having Minnie notice me and my knees give me away because they pop. I'm like, oh my gosh. The thing is, my knees have popped since... like for as long as I can remember, because like I couldn't sneak around the house because if I tried to like squat down and crawl around to be stealthy or whatever it is when you're stealthy when you're 4, my knees would always pop. And they, you know, it's maybe they weren't like super loud, but they were loud to me, and I'm like, I'm sure they probably heard it, and you know, I could never be sneaky. Not like the only thing I snuck around trying to do was like eat salt. I was a weird kid. I didn't try to do anything nefarious, but my mom was like, stop eating the salt off the dinner table, because I would just go into the dining room, dump salt into my hand, and then eat it. Because I was a weird kid, but it was good. I really liked salt. But yeah, it's not like I did anything crazy. I just wanted the salt, man. I just wanted the salt. Anyway, not gonna lie, I don't even think my husband knows that story. I forgot about it until right now. But like, that's the first thing I think of is that house in Florida where I was like, I would crouch down to try and like sneak around to get to the salt and my knees would give me away. Speaking of salt, I guess I had a little salt in my food because I'm really thirsty. It's fine. Thank you for the tater tots, no cap. I'll leave your knees alone for today, but this is the last day. If I catch you again, you can't do that. You can't just threaten me like this, Stells. Come on now. Surely we can reach some sort of compromise, right? Like, you can take my ankle instead. How's that? Or my left pinky toe. How's that? Hi, Nova. Nice to see you. Michi says hello. Hi, Michi. Love you. Hi, Gregor. Love you too. Hope you're doing well. Not sugar. That was when I was older. Okay, that worked. Yeah, no. When I was older, I would eat sugar. So my school that I went to from like 5th to 12th grade was an old roller skating rink that was turned into a school. So like the edges were rounded on the outside and everything, but that meant that the counter where people used to like get their skates, that got turned into a little kitchenette. And I was at a very tiny, very private, very Christian school. So it was like a very like trustworthy place to be. So like everything was open. If somebody really needed to, well, we weren't really allowed to use the oven or anything, but we were allowed to just walk back there if we needed something. Like they would leave like plastic forks and spoons and straws and stuff back there if we needed them. But that was also where the staff made some of their coffee. So there was like sugar and stirrers and stuff in the drawer. And I would just go back there, rip open a packet of sugar, dump it in my hand, and eat it. I never got in trouble for it. Like, I was technically allowed to. I just got a lot of weird looks. A salt or a pepper? No, a sugar. Thank you very much. But yeah, I was a very weird kid. Very weird. Very, like, the most rebellious thing I ever did was actually, it wasn't rebellious, it was like prompted by my mom. My mom actually made me an appointment. This was like 3 days before. You guys are all gonna get really, really mad with me probably. Like 3 days before finals were over in the middle of December. And my mom made me an appointment as a Christmas gift to go get my hair dyed. And I think I already had like blonde streaks in it, but I can't remember. I might, because I was getting it bleached regularly, like not fully, but just with highlights and stuff. So I think I already had highlights in it, and she just made me an appointment to go get a few more and then also dye them. And I had, hey, congrats on your raffle ticket, Stills. I'm surprised Gregor didn't get it. No idea what I did, but I'm gonna stick with it. You got a raffle ticket! But yeah, so I got my hair dyed like red. Not my whole, again, not the whole head of hair, just like where my highlights were. And it was really, really pretty. It was super duper pretty. And I went to school with it the next day and I got a warning for it. And I was like, yeah, whatever. Like there's 2 days left of school. Whatever. I went to school the day after trying to do I got ripped out of finals and they're like, you have to go home and fix your hair before we let you come back to school. And I'm like, there's 2 days left. I wasn't quite as, like, I didn't speak my mind quite as much as I do now, but I was like, there's 2 days left of finals. Like, why can't you just let me finish? And they're like, no, you have to go home and fix it. So I had to call I think I called my mom because I think that day I happened to, I think I was 17. I'm pretty sure this was, oh, it wasn't, no. How old was I? I want to say Karsten was there. But he left in like 9th grade. So this must have been 9th grade. Wow. I thought it was a little bit later. No, I thought I was 17. Was I not? Maybe I was a little bit younger. Trying to think of who else in my class would have, because I had a lot of people defending me. They were like, that's so dumb. Like, I can't believe they ripped you out of school when there were only 2 days left. Anyways, so I had to go home and my mom was daddled, very angry because she just paid like $300 or something for me to get my hair done. It was a Christmas gift. I didn't ask for it or anything. But she just paid a ton of money for me to get it done, and then she had to like cover it up with box dye or something at home. It was very upsetting for all of us. We were very mad. And yeah. That was honestly though, like as upsetting as it was at the time, and also the waste of money that it ended up being, it was probably a good thing that it happened because it planted the seed that allowed me to realize how toxic that school was. It wasn't like I immediately turned around and was like, oh my gosh, this entire place sucks. Like that was definitely not what happened. But I would have gotten a wig to cover up dyed hair. Yeah, I didn't think about that when I was younger. Neither did my mom. Of course, I also never worn a wig before, and my hair was like twice as thick as it is currently. So like I can't even wear a wig right now properly because my hair is so thick. and it's not even that thick, but it's really long too. So that green wig that I've worn like once or twice on stream, I can't wear it properly because I can't fit all of my hair underneath the netting. Now it's also a really cheap wig, so it probably just also doesn't fit on my head as well as it should, but I can't afford an expensive wig. So I would like to try wearing a wig, but I would like to try, you know, try a real one. I need to talk to Foxy or Zinny about that, but I've never done that before. I must skedaddle. I have a band comp tomorrow, and apparently sleep is healthy or something. Anyways, bye. Bye, Styles! Have fun stealing people's knees! Appreciate you! Hope you have a wonderful night! But yeah, that was a little bit upsetting. I stopped doing... I mostly stopped doing anything with my hair when I went to college, but every now and again, like if I went back to when I went back to my parents, I would usually get my hair cut then. My mom would still pay for it. And I think one time I did get, I think I got highlights one more time after I started college. And then my friend actually box dyed them like 6 months later with green. And it actually, one, it looked really good, but two, it stayed. It didn't go away. Because there was one time where I had just like very leftover highlights and I was like, yeah, sure, let's just go like put some color in it. And I put this like light tealish color in it and it was pretty, but it lasted like less than a week. It's like, well, that's kind of a waste of money. I'm never going to do that again. It's like, okay, well, a $10 box dye from Walmart, you know, if it only lasts a week, whatever. But it literally lasted for 2 years. It did not go away. Like, okay then, well, now we know. If I've got highlights already and whatever, I will just box dye them because clearly that works better than paying, you know, $80 at the hairstylist to get their color put in. I just use box dye. But my hair's also very strange, right? Because it's Asian hair. It's very dark and it's got a very bronze undertone, which is very strong. So it's really hard to highlight. It's really hard to dye. It's just how it is. Have a good night. I wore full army fatigues the day after 9/11. My vice principal took me home because my outfit was disruptive. People were jokingly saluting me in the hallways, but it wasn't that disruptive. What are full army fatigues? I'm not super aware of all the lingo. You are working. Okay. Army fatigues. Oh, like the whole army getup. Okay, I see. I've never heard it called that before, but that makes sense. I can't imagine it would be that disruptive. Unless you're supposed to wear like a certain uniform or something. I remember getting a lot of warnings thanks to my beard. I loved having a long. Yeah, no boys in my school were allowed to have a beard ever. Never. If they had like a tiny bit of stubble, they'd get yelled at. It was interesting because on one hand, it's like that is the stupidest possible thing. Like you won't let them have beards. Your skirt has to be behind your knee, like, you know, longer than 2 inches above your knee or whatever. But at the same time, it's like if you were really worried about being rebellious by wearing like a short skirt or something, you weren't going out and drinking or whatever. So it's kind of like a weird psychological flip that they did on us. Because it's like, oh no, my hair is being a rebel, you know, I wonder if this color is going to be fine today or whatever. Whereas none of us were like, we didn't go out and party, we didn't go out and drink, we didn't go out and do crime or anything like that. And our classes were small too, so like I know this about the people in my class because our town was tiny, and if anybody did anything ridiculous, like everybody knew about it. So army fatigues in this case means combat boots, army pants, army top, and army cap, all legit with my mom's maiden name on it. I love that. Hi ATL, nice to see you. There's so many actual things that education faculty should be worried about, but they choose facial hair and spaghetti straps. Oh, spaghetti straps were definitely not ever a thing because we had to wear a uniform, which actually, again, at the time was awful and stupid, but looking back at it, it's actually kind of nice because you don't have to worry about what you're gonna wear for the day. Other than if it fits you, right? Because it's like, oh, she's not gonna look any prettier than me because we're literally all wearing the same thing. Not exactly the same thing. There was like a guideline of things that you could wear, like a color scheme or whatever. But yeah, it meant that there was no like, there wasn't a fashionable side, there wasn't a cheap, shoddy side, there weren't people like making fun of each other for their clothes because we were all wearing the same thing, you know? It was also the kind of school where literally we were not allowed to have locks on our lockers because it was a very like open and trustworthy school and nobody ever stole anything out of lockers, so it was really cool. Memory unlocked! All the girls at my school got yelled at if the teacher saw spaghetti strap bras, even if it was under a shirt. You went to a Catholic school though, didn't you? And Catholic schools are just on another level. Whew! Fatigues are comfy, just have a designated outfit for every day of the week, that's what I do. But the thing is too, you know, like I said, there wasn't like I need to turn my actual stream playlist on. There we go. There wasn't a discrepancy, I guess you could say, between families. You know, it's not like people get made fun of for their shoes because we're all wearing the same. You had to wear like black flats. You know, the girls had to wear black flats and guys had to wear black loafers or something like that. I don't know. No tennis shoes were allowed, that kind of thing. So it's not like, oh, you got the name brand Nikes and you got the Jordans and you've got the stupid New Balance or whatever. You know, it's like, we're all wearing the same thing. So it helped, kinda, because the ugly girls like me still looked exactly the same as the super pretty girls at the front of the room, you know? Anyway, it's fine. That's what I do. Catholic public school wasn't that bad. Catholic public school? That doesn't even sound like a thing that exists. By outfit, I mean different shirt, because I own 1 pair of shoes, 2 pairs of identical jeans, so basically a shirt for the days of the week. That's fair. Yeah, and I, ever since becoming a mom too, and I never cared about, fashion anyway, but especially ever since becoming a mom, I'm like, yeah, whatever's comfortable, whatever fits, and whatever's the easiest thing for me to feed Minnie with. I don't care otherwise. You know? Hi, Tweedle, nice to see you. Canada has public school board and a Catholic public school board. Really? I mean, like, I imagine those things probably exist in the US, but I feel like I've never heard of a public Catholic school. Like, if you go to a Catholic school, it's one of those prestigious, what's the word? Boarding schools, you know? Or at least Ontario. I went to a high school that had gang riots a few years before I attended. Anything with NFL was banned because it could stand for... Oh, I censored the gang name. Ah, interesting. It's not about fashion, it's about what's appropriate at work and fast to decide in the morning. That's also fair. Yeah, trying to decide what to wear, especially with someone who, as someone who does not care about fashion, but also wants to make sure that I don't look like a homeless person. Like, it's weird. Like, it's probably less work than somebody who does truly care about fashion and looking good, and especially because I never wore makeup, and I still don't wear makeup. But, it's just a lot. Catholic schools in the USA get booed at high school games and taunted with daddy's money chants. Yeah, sounds about right. There's also Catholic private schools and Montessori's and all that, but Catholic public school boards are a thing here. Like I said, I imagine there has to be something like that in the US because the US is bigger than Canada, but therefore should probably have most of the same things as Canada. We might not have the same maple syrup. Don't worry, I won't talk about that. But yeah, that's interesting. Although I guess that would mainly just mean like Catholic public school would just be funded by the government, right? Relatively speaking. But I imagine they would still be run by mostly Catholic people anyway, so they would still be a pain to be at. Like, compared to... I don't want to get too far into religion here, but compared to my school, which was a Christian school, I would never want to go to a Catholic school, ever. I would be fine with going back to my school that I went to again. Even with my mindset now, because they did have a very good curriculum. It's actually the curriculum that I want to teach Minnie, but outside of that environment, because it was very, again, with it being a very small town, it was very nepotistic. And I found that out. And again, kind of with a seed that had already been planted in 9th grade or when I got my hair dyed. and taken out of literal finals to get it fixed. With that seed planted, I realized by the time I was in 12th grade how toxic that school was and how awful it truly was. But I was still able to differentiate the fact that, like, while some of the people who were there in leadership were awful, what they taught at the school was still very good, very viable, and very, like, you know, helped me in life a lot. Because, I mean, I tested out of I literally tested out of every single basic class that I needed to take in college, and that was without having any extracurricular credits or anything like that. So, like, the school that I went to was really good, objectively, as far as curriculum goes. But it was just also very kind of, like, questionable, again, you know, with some of the things that it taught as far as religion goes. But yeah. The religious schools boards in Texas, I'm sure we have maple syrup in Vermont. That's true! Well, Vermont's basically Canada, so I think it's just a Canadian thing. I've never seen or heard of Catholic public school in the US. That would make sense. But yeah, publicly funded religious schools probably don't actually exist, so no, we wouldn't have that there. Pretty sure we only have it because of historical reasons. Also makes sense. A school in the USA must be secular to receive federal money. That's all why all the religious-based schools are private, at least on paper. Okay, also, yeah, that's the conclusion I was just realizing. But yeah, that makes sense. But, water. I just spilled water on myself. I'm sure it's fine. Not Catholic, but here there are some evangelic public schools. Are you talking about in the US? Are there? Separation of church and state wouldn't let that happen. Not well, anyway. Wouldn't let... Wait. I wouldn't let religious-based schools be federally funded. Yeah, that makes sense. Argentina. I definitely did not know that. Hello from Argentina. Or, I guess, hello from the US. Hello to Argentina. Public religious schools. That makes sense. Yeah. This is changing recently. They allowed vouchers to pay for religious public schools in some states. Yeah, and, like, I think full separation of church and state is not necessarily, like, and I don't want to get too political, so I probably won't go on for too much longer about this. I think that there's benefits that the church will have to the state, and I think that there's benefits that the state could have to the church, as far as, like, a lot of food banks, a lot of homeless people, not camps, but, like, help. A lot of that comes from churches. You know, a lot of new mothers get a ton of support from churches. And not everything has to come from the state. Like, I literally, even though I had like $20 to my name at the end of every month, I still did not qualify for WIC, which meant that all of the food that I needed for myself and for my child, and still currently, has to be paid for out of my own pocket. However, one of the food banks that I go to is run by a church, and I'm able to get food from that food bank because of that church, which has nothing to do with the state. Because the state decided that I make too much money to actually give me anything, right? Whereas, so, like, in that way, the church is helping relieve a lot of the pressure off of the state for, you know, help to homeless people, new mothers, single parents, struggling families, you know, all of that kind of stuff. Anyone who needs food, diapers, clothing, like, all of that stuff, right? So, turn that around, the state doesn't really tax churches, I guess, but they kind of do, in a way. Now, I think that there are definitely some churches that are corrupt. There are also a lot of churches that are not. And I think that obviously the ones that are not shouldn't have to pay taxes, because that's, you know, it's a religion thing. But again, full separation of church and state should not, like, it shouldn't be totally full. Like, I still think there should be, if there's, just because you're a Christian or just because you're Catholic doesn't mean you have a lot of money to send your child to a religious school. So having, like, federally funded religious schools would still be a good thing for people who are poor but want to send their child to a school that is more, you know, religion based. So I think that there should be a little bit of give and take from both sides, and there shouldn't be complete separation, but I do understand why it's much easier to just have full separation, because then you don't have to be like, well, where is that line going to be drawn? But anyway. Definitely in the Bible Belt public schools. It's the Bible Belt in the South. with our current administration here in the US, it's hard to tell what's going to be legal or not in a given day. You're not wrong, Tater. My last real job where I got a W-2 form, one of my coworkers made too much for like $400 a month to qualify for food stamps. She literally monthly had to decide between food for her and her kid or keeping the bills paid for the apartment. Yeah, and the thing is, my husband makes 65 a year, which is not a lot for what he's doing. But anyway, which is literally $5,000 total a year over the tax bracket that he could be in. So we had to pay in this past year. It didn't help either that it did help, right? Because we had the money from me streaming. But our income was like barely into the next tax bracket, which meant that we were getting taxed like 25% instead of 20% or something stupid, you know? I still think if you're making under like 200K or even under 300K, you should not be taxed more than like 10%, because even on that much money these days, like you can't do much. You just can't. It sucks. Hi, Pangu. Nice to see you. Texas, Missouri, Virginia, Florida. Okay. I want the complete elimination of income tax. Yeah, income tax should go away because you get taxed on income, and then you get taxed on all the things that you buy with the money that was already taxed, and you get taxed for things that you already own, like your property. Like, income tax needs to go away. I agree, yeah. But okay, we'll probably chill on talking about these kinds of things because I don't usually talk about these things on my channel, but then you're taxed for your tax. You are. 25% is too much. Try 40% here in Canada. Are you? I don't know. I haven't looked that hard into all of the tax brackets and everything in the US because I will be honest, I have not worked properly, I guess you could say. You're not supposed to come out this way. No. You go back to your hole. I haven't worked properly pretty much my entire life. So like, I worked for the summer in Glacier in 2018. I worked for the summer in Glacier in 2019. I didn't work at all when I was in my first year of school. So my second year of school got cut off short by COVID. But I had started working at Panda Express, but because of COVID, I stopped working at Panda Express after about 2 months. And then that summer, I started working for the job that I technically held the longest, which was for a lube shop in Bozeman. So I worked there full time for the summer, and I took as many hours as I could so I could make as much as I could. And then I continued working part-time while I was in school. And then that following summer, I actually stopped working because I came here to live with my then boyfriend for the summer. And then I think I went back to trying to working part-time while I was in school, but it like didn't work out with my schedule. It was really awkward. So I kind of took a break from working there. I wasn't unemployed. I wasn't fired, and they didn't hate me, you know? So like I still went there to get my oil changed and everything. And I still stopped by every now and again just to say hi to everybody because I really liked it there. And then I had like a lot of weird stuff going on. I tried working there part-time again after I got pregnant and I was still in school, but I couldn't make it there on time. I didn't get fired or anything, but I decided it was probably time to just go ahead and stop trying. Even though I needed the work, I needed to work and I needed the money, but I was struggling between getting everything done for school, being pregnant, being like overly tired, and then just being like really strained. Because it's a lube shop, right? So there's a lot of strain that you have on your body working at a lube shop. So I decided it was probably just best for me to step back. So I didn't end on the best terms with the manager there, which was kind of sad because I did really like him, but he was just kind of upset with me for being late all the time, and I understand that. But I still think too, if something happened and I moved back to Bozeman, I could probably go there and still get a job. But yeah. Anyway, you don't pay the income tax, the company pays the income tax. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, the thing is, even if they pay it, like we would still see a smaller paycheck, you know? All goods have income tax baked into them. Oh. Well, baked into them. The thing is, the company would still pass that off. You just wouldn't see it as a separate line on your receipt. That's not how tax brackets work. It's your income after a point is in that tax bracket. So if the bracket starts at 30,000, you make 30,001, then only $2 in that bracket. Yeah, well, I just mean like, Right, so if he made $60,000 and we paid 20% of that, but then the last $5,000 was taxed at like a lot more, it meant that our return was like a full $1,000 less because like just that little bit was taxed that much more, you know. This means you get hit by everyone's income tax on everything that is manufactured, compounded at each step for the supply chain, and then at the end of the day, that entire process you get slapped with sales tax. Wait. Everyone's income tax is manufactured. Fun fact! Income tax was used originally in the US to pay for the Civil War and then as a punitive tax against the losers. However, that was, what, 160 years ago, so nobody really remembers why the income tax was created. Well, the thing is, and it's just like rising prices in general, if people can find a way to get money out of somebody and then make them complacent about it, they're gonna do it. Like, eggs are never gonna be cheap again. Because they went up, maybe they went down a tiny bit, but you're never gonna see $2 dozen eggs again. Ever. Ever. We're never gonna see that in the US. And I don't think it has anything to do with the current administration and everything to do with the fact that the companies who sold the eggs now understand, oh yeah, even when eggs were $8 a dozen, people were still buying them, which means we're gonna keep charging them that much, you know? I have eggs at the wazoo right now. I don't buy eggs because I'm not rich. We used to have eggs all the time. Our fridge currently has no eggs in it. Can I have some, Tweedle? You send some eggs my way. I know my parents have chickens too. And the thing is, there's a lot of people who are like, ah ha ha, screw the egg prices, I'm just gonna have chickens. Chickens are a lot of work. Like, sure, you're not gonna pay $8 a dozen, but you have to pay for the chickens, you have to pay for their housing, you have to keep up with them every single day, you have to pay for their food, you have to make sure they don't freeze in the winter, you have to make sure they don't get killed by the neighbor's cats, you have to make sure they don't get killed by the neighbor's dogs, you have to make sure they don't get killed by owls, cats, rabbits, foxes, anything that could be in your, like, having chickens is cool, but they tend to die often. My wife makes sourdough because no egg. We're getting 36 eggs a day out of 48 hens. Some of our hens are elderly. Yeah, my parents have probably 30 chickens or something like that. It's funny, we started with 4 and now they've got like 30. But some of their hens are just like hatching chicks as well, so. My mom's like, oh yeah, I walked out the other day and we had like 4 new chickens. The babies pass away easily. The babies pass away. Well, the problem is too, like the pecking order thing is very real with chickens, and chickens will absolutely kill each other if they deem one of them not worthy. Like we had a goose at one point. I've told you the story about Pumpkin the goose. She was getting picked on. Like literally the chickens would have killed her. She ended up getting taken out by a raccoon, but the chickens would have killed her because she was so far down in the pecking order because she got added into the flock so late, because there were no young chickens at that time when we got that goose. We got given that goose, so the chickens would have killed her if we hadn't separated them. But because of the separation, it meant that she couldn't be in the hen house at night, and she got offed by a raccoon. Growing up around people who had chickens is why I never care for the videos of coyotes where people think they're cute. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of coyotes, but I hate raccoons because raccoons are what often killed our chickens. Stray, hi, welcome in. Wait until you don't clean the eggs and you get E. coli or salmonella. That doesn't happen. It literally doesn't. Hi, pork sword. But like, no, your home chicken eggs are better. Also, they last a lot longer. Like you're not actually supposed to clean them. You're supposed to leave them at room temperature or in a cool place, cool, dark place, and not clean them, because if you clean the bloom off of the eggs, it means that they will go bad faster because you break that outer coating that actually keeps bacteria out of the edible part of the egg. So all you do is just when you're ready to take the egg, you wash it under warm water and then you use it. So that way when you're breaking the egg, you don't like, you know, knock any of that excess outside crap into your actual food that you're going to be eating. But yeah. It's having chickens is cool. I would have chickens. The problem is we have stray cats that roam around here and they would absolutely kill all of our chickens. And like I said, it's kind of a lot of work and I don't have the energy or the time to take care of chickens. Is this game as lit as Animal Crossing or what's up? Does the remaster live up to the hype? So I never played the original, but I love it. I think it's fantastic. I know I've been yapping like for a while, but I will be starting here in just a minute. I think it's amazing. I think it's really, really pretty. But as someone who never experienced the original, I'm just enjoying the story. That's not how that works. Skunks kill 7 out of your 10. Dang. We didn't have... Well, we kind of had skunks where we were, but it was mostly possums, foxes, owls, and raccoons, but mainly raccoons. We actually also our neighbor's dogs. Ugh, our stupid... Our neighbor, and by neighbor, I mean neighbor, because like we lived in the country, so she was like a couple miles away. And she was one of the vets in the town, and oh my gosh, she was an awful person. She had these dogs, and they would often get out and kill things all over the neighborhood. Again, neighborhood being a relative term because we were all spread out all over the country. But they would get out and they would go around and kill everybody's like livestock. She had freaking pet raccoons, and I was so mad about that because I have this vendetta against raccoons for killing all of our chickens and my goose. So I was just like really upset about that. We had awful neighbor. Remaster's overall better because it's still the same, but it fixes some outdated stuff. Yeah, basically just modernizes the original game. Like, I think from what I can tell, they did a really good job of staying true to the original while making it just look better, which I think is a really cool way to do it. I have 10 chicks currently, more hatching, another batch due to hatching in the middle of the month. Nice. Hi, Chaos. Nice to see you. Hi, Seer. This is why, dog, I have a feeling you hit the enter button too early. How's it going, Seer? Nice to see you. Yeah, we got into a yap session. It's fine. I have a problem. Chickens are cool. They're adorable. People who don't like chickens have never actually been around nice ones, because I can understand being around the ones that are like not at all friendly, because there's definitely breeds of chickens that aren't friendly. But there's also so many breeds of chickens that are super cute and sweet and cuddly, and I love them so much. Like, look up silky chicken. If you've never heard of a silky chicken, they're so cute. They're little fluffy chickens, and I love them so much. Hi, Seer. Dogs. Yeah, so my parents have dogs, but and we we didn't have a guardian dog when we lived in Idaho, but we actually accidentally got a guardian dog when we moved into the house. When my parents moved into their house in Missouri. It just came with the property because the people who were there previously abandoned her. But I mean, we got a free dog. We got a free Great Pyrenees. And she was super sweet. So the thing is, right, we had just driven across the country. My parents went all the way from western Idaho down to the bottom of Missouri, and then like they picked me up in Montana along the way. And so we had all just driven like my parents' entire stock of stuff from western US to central eastern US, along with my grandpa, who came all the way from here in the western side of Washington. Well, technically he's in Oregon. I say he's not here anymore, but anyway. Yeah, so we'd all just been driven like for 3 days, like a total of like 25 or 26 hours. It was a long time. And we pull up to the house, and we have our dogs in the car. We have our chickens in the back of the truck, and we couldn't get out because we did not know if this dog was going to attack all of us. We pull up into the driveway, and this dog like comes out, and we can tell if we thought she was snarling. It turns out she was actually smiling, because she's a little smiler. But we didn't know that at the time. We just pulled up and we're like, oh my gosh, we finally just made it to this house after driving all the way across the country. And now we can't even get in out of our car because we're not sure if this dog is going to kill us, you know? And it's a big dog, right? Great Pyrenees are big dogs, and they're guardian dogs. They're trained to kill. So we're like, we're not sure what to do about this dog. Turns out she was a sweetheart. I called her Doggo. My parents didn't realize that was just like a cute, endearing term for a dog that you don't know the name of, so they called her Doggo. You're not supposed to come out this way. No. You go back to your hole. But yeah. Chickens are gross though. They're not! Unless you're talking about chicken itself, because chicken, the meat, I hate dealing with raw chicken. If I buy food, it's usually chicken. Like if I buy pre-made food, it's usually chicken. If I cook something, it's with beef or pork. If I buy something pre-made, it's with chicken, because I cannot stand dealing with raw chicken. I'm gonna cook some chicken in a few minutes. I literally dislike silkies so much they can't protect themselves because they can't see. But they're adorable! They're literally so cute! And they make the funniest sounds too. There was one time I was outside with my mom, and one of our roosters was going, ah, 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 And the Silky was going, bah! Right back at it. And it was really funny. They just went back and forth, where the rooster was like, it was really, really funny. I wish cats laid eggs. I'd be the happiest man alive. I'm a crazy cat guy. Technically, cats do have eggs. They're just internal and you can't eat them. Ducks, geese, and turkeys are gross poultry compared to chickens. Yeah. Well, we only had one goose, and it didn't even last that long, unfortunately. She lasted like maybe a month, maybe 2 weeks. I don't even know. Chickens aren't that bad. I'm also a crazy goat lady too. See, my mom doesn't like goats, mainly because they eat everything and they get up on everything. But she cares more about her car than my dad does. And I would be mad if a goat was on my car. I get mad enough when a cat is on my car, and a cat won't do that much to my car. Goats are cool, but not very chill. Still yapping. You're used to this. Come on now, Edgy. How's it going? That's what you get for profiling a dog breed. Facts. Well, we didn't do anything. We're just like, what do we do about this? Like, what if the dog is bad? You know, and it's not like we got out and we were worried about a Chihuahua. It's like, this is literally a Great Pyrenees. It is trained to guard this property, hypothetically. You know, it's not profiling a dog breed. It's profiling the dog based off of its current surroundings, environments, and the fact that it literally looks like it's snarling at us. You know. Chickens are such messy animals to keep, though. Cats can be trained to use a litter box. Chickens don't care. Well, chickens aren't necessarily domesticated. Cats are domesticated, you know, and chickens aren't like they don't have that history behind cats, right? Cats have been domesticated for thousands of years. Chickens have been kept by people, you know, like cows have been kept by people, but cows are not going to be the same trainability as like a horse, you know, because horses were domesticated and used for certain things, right? It's just different. Chickens can be trained. It's very strange. Well, chickens are smarter than you think they are. But again, no one's ever really taken the time to try and really train a chicken, because having a pet chicken is kind of difficult because they like to die. Geese and ducks are kind of foul. Oh my gosh. But if you have an entire flock of them, train can be a relative term, because my mom, when she pulls into the driveway, if it's nighttime and the chickens need to eat, like they will all run up to her truck and be like, food, mom. They're really cute. I have 5 kids. Their eggs are internal. That's why you put them out in their coop and let them eat the bugs in the yard. Yeah. Yeah, free-range chickens are awesome. That's what domesticated means. What? I don't know what I said. Rich people hire goats to cut their grass because it makes them feel sustainable or whatever. They got the idea from companies that use goats to eat grass in hard to reach places like solar farms. Is it rich people? I mean, like, hiring goats could be a good thing, right? You get to feed the goats and everything, and you get to watch them like mow your yard. Some of our hens are over 8 years old, kept by people, domesticated. Oh, well, yeah. I guess there's still a little bit of a difference between being farmed by people and being like kept as a pet, though. You know, like a horse and a cow they're not really the same. You know, a dog and a chicken are not really the same. Like, sure, people have kept farms for the latter a couple of times, but I say a couple of times. They keep farms of them, but they're not necessarily domesticated on a wide scale or trainable, I guess, on a large scale like dogs and cats are. They're not pet material, I guess. Like, they can be. Anything could be a pet, I guess, if you train it well enough from birth. But, you know, you don't have a ton of people who are even allowed to have, like, a pet sloth, you know? I love watching the animals roam the yard and eat the grass down. Yeah, watching them eat would be fun. Hiring goats is often good. I just meant it's become a trend with rich people for vanity reasons. Oh, gotcha. Pig can be pet, chicken no. See, the thing is, I would try and make a chicken my pet. I would be fine with having a chicken as a pet. Because the thing is, there's bird diapers. They might not fit a chicken that's super huge. I'm sure you could probably adjust one. But, like, there are bird diapers. Like, my friend had a pet pigeon. Because, he like fell out of a nest or something in front of her when she was walking home one day. So she took him home, named him Harold, and he was her pet for like 5 years or something. I agree, I'm not pet material. No, you're just rice. I recently heard that a pet cat will start to eat their owner if they die and the cat gets hungry. Dogs will wait until they're starving before they eat you. That sounds about right. I heard they make chicken diapers. They do make chicken diapers? Okay. I mean, I'm not surprised because especially with COVID, right? People were home and bored and also probably couldn't go out to get eggs as much as they wanted. So they're like, sure, why not have a pet chicken? But yeah. Cats are also, and people don't understand this. Cats are also strictly carnivores. Dogs are not. Dogs are omnivores. Dogs will eat things like grass and berries and stuff to sustain themselves if they have to. Cats will like chew on catnip and whatnot. But it's not ever for sustainability reasons. Cats are strictly carnivores. I think pigs are smart enough. Smart, somewhat organized, and cool. Pigs are terrifying. If you fall in a pig pen, you're going to die. Hi, big hairy... What? Did you change your name? I don't remember this. Big hairy GM13. Welcome in. Pigeons should be redomesticated. Carrying pigeons! Let's go! Or homing pigeons, or both. Circle play. No, pigs are terrifying. Pigs are vicious creatures. I know it seems weird, but they are. Like literally, I'm not even kidding. If you fall in a pig pen, you better get up fast because the pigs will come over and they will just like kill you on the spot and eat you. I always heard that the best way to get rid of a corpse is to throw it into a pig pen. Don't quote me on that, nor don't try that, please. Do not try this at home. Anyway, I shall shut up now and actually play the game, I think. So let's do this. We're gonna go over here so you guys can see the opening screen because the opening screen is so pretty. Pigs eat everything but the teeth. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, pigs are terrifying. They're cool. Like, just like any animal is pretty cool if given any sort of thought, but like terrifying. Hi, Stoop. Nice to see you. A lady did that in Oregon not long ago. That sounds about right. I should be able to train a pigeon to poop on a truck that keeps parking in my spot. Do it. Gotta shave the hair and pull the teeth out. Gotcha. I mean, what? Stoop. Pig propaganda? Well, that's because they're territorial. They also have the intelligence of a 3-year-old human, and yeah, wild ones are, but domestic ones are pretty adorable. They're cute when they're small. They're not as cute when they're big. All right. Save time. Poop on it yourself. Tater shovel. Look, it's a good idea, but like, come on now. Hacks. You can bake and then grind down the teeth after. Bake? Are we being cannibalistic now? All right, so last time we left off, we were doing things over here. Or something. We prayed and now we have to do these things. No, to get rid of the evidence. Grind down the teeth after. Hello, horse. I think I'm gonna leave you. I don't think I need you right now. Boink. Boink. Also, I can't see the health of my horse, so I'm really hoping that it heals itself after it takes damage, because I don't want it to just all of a sudden die one day. That was me. I shot the arrow. I thought somebody shot an arrow at me. Goodbye, Earl. The fact that you have a name and everything. I missed. Oh, okay. That was really close. Oh my gosh. Your weapon's about to break. What? How? Oh, I don't know how to repair this thing. Oh, okay. Steel bow. Break chance high. There we go. Got it. Horses heal after a while. Good. All I remember is you screaming and run away from almost everything. Sounds about right, honestly. It's a song. Oh. Yeah, I had the bejesus scared out of me yesterday by a rock fall. That I wasn't prepared for. Am I supposed to go under the water? The guy at Fighting Chance will fix it. Goodbye Earl is a song by the Dixie Chicks about getting rid of an abusive husband. Ah, okay. There's a crab waiting for me on this side. Goated song. My gosh, I yapped so long, ads are about to start. There's a crab over there. PyCon! Hey friend, how's it going? Hello, hello. Can you touch your head? Hello, hello. Can you touch your feet? Can you stretch up high? Oh, there you are. Ow! Oh! Hey, leave me alone, man. I'm just trying to kill your friends. Can you shoot a bow in water? I think so? Oh, do you mean in the water, like while I'm swimming? Apparently you can! I can touch my toes. Nice. There's another one of you? Wild. Yeah, I didn't know that until you asked, so thanks for asking. Wait, huh? What am I doing? He revealed the location of his lost shrine. I just swam over here to get to the marker, but it's not even over here. Is it underwater? Guess we're about to find out. I can touch 5 feet behind my toes. I can place my forehead on my Achilles heel. That's impressive. Where am I going? Is it down here? Oh. I think it is. I can't get out of this water fast enough. I'm gonna die. Okay. I think it's in the water. I don't know what to do though. Cyrodiil has a lot more underwater stuff. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of the... I'm gonna need like a circle of water breathing or something. Or do I happen to have any potions of water breathing? I don't. Oh boy. Well then, I guess we're gonna have to put a pause on this one. Steven can't touch his toes. I'm honestly not even sure he has toes.
Who are you?
Buddy, I am the Dragon Warrior.
You? Him? He's a panda. You're a panda. What are you gonna do, big guy? Sit on me?
Why do I have bubbles coming off of my character? Hi, Rally. Thanks for the notification, Twitch. Literally didn't miss anything except a really long conversation at the beginning of the stream. Why are there bubbles coming off of me? Am I dying? I can bend my pinky back until it's completely flush with the back of my hand. Dang. I missed you though. I missed you too. I hope you're okay. You could probably make it, I believe. I mean, I was there, but I wasn't sure. I don't know what I need to do while I'm down there. That's my problem. Right? Oh, I need to go in. Is this underwater though? I'm gonna drown it. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die! Oh, yep, there I go. I think that's the first time I've died in this game. No, that's a lie. Well, we're gonna go right back to where we were. No, that's the first time I've died in this game. I've come very close, I think. Or no, I've just reloaded. Okay, well, now we have to start back where we were. I honestly thought you made it. Well, so I made it, but it's underwater in there too. And the loading screens still take my air, so that kind of sucks. I think athletics helps hold breath. That would make sense. All right, well, I guess we're gonna do something else. We're not touching the nerd root stuff. Battlehorn. I've confronted Quill Weave. She has admitted to trying to kill off Arvina's rats. I don't know if I should, like, continue this one. There's also the Path of Dawn. Tarmina gave me the second of Mankar Cameron's books about the Mysterium Xarxes, but said that she's never seen Mankar Cameron's third and fourth books on the Mysterium Xarxes. She suggested that I speak to Fintius, the proprietor of the first edition book. Oh my gosh, words are hard. Hold on. First edition bookstore in the market district. Okay, so let's go to the market district. Hello! Let's put the bow away before we get yelled at. First edition bookstore. First edition! Found you. It's the middle of the night though, so... I walked away fine, now I get to deal with the aftermath. I hope you recover fully... Wait. I hope you recover fully and quickly from the air accident, unless it was your fault from doing something stupid. I walked away fine, now I get to deal with the aftermath, yeah. You'll be sore tomorrow. It's good that you were wearing your seatbelt. Could have ended a lot worse. I drove into a barrier. I could call that stupid. Oh, I have news? What's your news? What's your news?
I'm Phintius, owner and proprietor of the First Edition. Look around. If I don't have it,
Pog
maybe
news! I have a
get it.
job interview next week. Hey, nice! I have a question about Mysterium Xarxes.
You must be referring to Mankar Cameron's commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. A common mistake. It comes in 4
But yes, it could have been
volumes.
worse.
The first 2 volumes are rare, but you may run across them from time to time. The 3rd and 4th are impossible to find.
I need volumes 3 and 4.
I happen to have a copy of Volume 3 on hand, but I'm afraid it is a special order. Already paid for by another customer. Sorry. Gwyneth would be terribly disappointed if it was gone when he came to pick it up. So sorry I can't help you.
Why do you sound so sarcastic? Who's Gwyneth?
I don't know him personally, but he was very eager to get his hands on Volume 3 of Cameron's commentaries. Came all the way from Valenwood.
I want to see Valenwood.
He's already late for his appointment.
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be upset
Feel
if
free to
Elder
wait
Scrolls
for him
6
if
was
you want to
Valenwood.
speak to him yourself.
How does everyone know? You said it in Billy's stream, and a lot of people watch Billy's stream. Commentaries Volume 4.
I wish I had one, but I have never even seen a copy. I'm afraid I couldn't sell it to...
What if we do
Alright.
the persuasion thing? I'll bribe you a little bit and then...
What nonsense. Remarkable. You can't scare me. I like that a lot.
Cool, we got all the way up to 66.
That's right, exactly.
Nice. So I guess we need to go find Zwinnis.
Good day.
Good day. Sounds so mad. Oh, you have the real Baron Zaya. You have the real Baron Zaya book 4. Wait, I did see it in Billy's stream because Loki but also put you on blast at the beginning of stream. I didn't realize, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize how many people heard me say that because I literally said it really quickly at the beginning of stream. You have the real Baron Zaya V4. The censored version because Imperial laws and whatnot checks out. Wait. Can I buy it
What?
from you? Do you have book 4?
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something
No,
to suit
what? You have 1, 2, 3, and 3. Are you serious? Wait, the real Baron Zaya V4. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Thank
Guys,
you.
we
Come
finally
again.
have all the books.
Good day.
Oh my gosh, Patat's new stream covers the whole internet. Apparently, I didn't realize how many people heard me. I genuinely, like, I obviously, you know, I don't look at my view count, but I didn't realize how many people heard me say that. Oh my gosh, you look 8.
Here
When
for my
is
book, Mankar Cameron's Commentaries, Volume 3.
Of course, here you go. Keep us in mind for any
Hi,
future
Proto.
needs.
Thank you, thank you! I can't tell you how long I've been looking
Can
for
you
this
order
book.
another one?
It's you. Hi. What can I do for you?
I want that book.
Have you been following me? Leave me alone. That book is mine.
You look so angry. I want to buy it from you.
It isn't for sale. You'll have to find a copy somewhere else.
Okay, tell me about the Mythic Dawn cult then.
The Mythic Dawn? Are you... I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about any cult.
You're in way over your head. Don't play stupid, man.
Very well. I can see you're familiar with Menkar Cameron's commentaries. I know that Daedric cults are not quite the thing socially, but that's just foolish prejudice and superstition. For the adventurous, open-minded thinker, Daedric worship holds many rewards.
It killed the Emperor, man!
What? The Mythic Dawn were the ones? You have to believe me. I truly had no idea. I mean, I knew they were a Daedric cult. Menkar Cameron's views on Mehrunes Dagon are fascinating, revolutionary even. But to murder the Emperor? Mara, preserve us.
Better give me that book.
Yes, of course. I don't want anyone to think I had anything to do with their insane plots. Here, Volume 3 is yours. What you do with it is your business.
I need the 4th book too.
You can only get Volume 4 directly from a member of the Mythic Dawn.
Oh, he
I had
knows.
set up a meeting with the sponsor, as he called himself. Here, take this note they gave me. It tells you where to go. I don't want anything else to do with the Mythic Dawn.
Ooh, nice. Usually I'd agree with him, but then he's talking about Dagon. Yeah, right? All right, notes to Gwyneth added. And we finally got the books, the Baron's Aya books. Gwyneth, your interest in the writings of the Master has been noted. You are taking the first steps towards true enlightenment. Persevere, and you may yet join the exalted ranks of the Chosen. If you wish to continue further down the path of dawn, you will need the 4th volume of the Master's Commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes. It can be obtained only from a member of the Order of the Mythic Dawn. As your designated sponsor, I will pass on my copy to you if I deem you worthy. Hi, Nova. Nice to see you. Study the first 3 volumes of the Master's writings. Look for the hidden meaning in his words as best as you are able. When you are ready, come to the sunken sewers under the Elven Gardens in the Imperial City. Come alone. Follow the main tunnel until you reach the room with the table and chair. Sit down. I'll meet you there and give you what you desire. Ooh, we get to read. There might be a potion of apparel with water breathing in the market. Potion of apparel? Okay. So, remind me again later. I'm going to read some of these books. So, I've been looking for the real Baron Zaya and the biography of Baron Zaya books in Skyrim for ages and just like never really found them all. But we finally found them here. So, I want to read them here. So we have 1, 2, and 3. As far as I can tell, there's only 3 of these. And then we finally got book 4 for these. So we can read all of these books. So let's go for the biography first. Because my estimation, based on the titles, is these are going to tell one side of the story, and these are going to tell a different side of the same story. That's my estimation. That's why I wanted to have both series before I read any of them. Biography of Queen Baron Zaya by Stern Gamboge, Imperial Scribe. Late in the Second Era, a girl child, Baron Zaya, was born to... Also, I don't know anything about Baron Zaya because I haven't gone to read these books. Whereas I know a lot more about, like, Mehrunes Dagon and Molag Bal and all of them. Late in the Second Era, a girl child, Baron Zaya, was born to the rulers of the Kingdom of Mournhold in what is now the Imperial Province of Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elven child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim I, the first Emperor of Tamriel, demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, the Dark Elves impudently refused until Tiber Septim's army was on the borders. An armistice was hastily signed by the now eager Dunmer, but not before there were several battles, one of which laid waste to Mournhold, now called Almalexia. Little Princess Baron Zaya and her nurse were found among the wreckage. The Imperial General Symmachus, himself a dark elf, suggested to Tiber Septim that the child might someday be valuable, and she was therefore placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial Army. Sven Advinson had been granted the title of Count upon his retirement. His fiefdom, Darkmoor, was a small town in central Skyrim. Count Sven and his wife reared the princess as their own daughter, seeing to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, that the imperial virtues of obedience, discretion, loyalty, and piety were instilled in their child. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl Baron Zaya grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there at times. Baranzaya was happy and content until her 16th year when a wicked orphan stable boy, whom she had befriended out of pity, told her he had overheard a conspiracy between her guardian, Count Sven, and a Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Riyadh, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no Dark Elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl said, weeping and trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend, the stable boy, would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said that she must run away if she valued her virtue, but that he would come with her as her protector. Sorrowfully, Baranzaya agreed to this plan, and that very night she disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get jobs as guards for a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was headed east by side roads in a mendacious attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the imperial highways. Thus the pair eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, which is spelled wrong, where they ceased their travels for a time. Unless they, spelled it wrong in Skyrim. Or just changed the spelling. Biography of Baranzaya has 3, real Baranzaya has 5. Perfect. They felt safe in Riften, close as it was to the Morrowind border, so the Dark Elves were enough of a common sight. Book 2. Also, reading the books in Oblivion is much easier than reading them in Skyrim, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little brighter, but the typeface is a lot easier to read. The first volume of the series told the story of Baranzaya's origin, heiress to the throne of Mournhold, until her father rebelled against his excellency Tiber Septim I and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Baranzaya was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal imperial trustee. She grew up into a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's care. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who, with lies and fabrications, tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him, and when she turned 16. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. I'm not gonna lie, hearing that this book takes place in Skyrim feels really cozy. The stable boy Straw was not altogether evil. He loved Baranzaya in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think of that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship towards him, but was hopeful that she would, gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time, his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Baranzaya happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between her loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over their personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Symmachus, who had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance, and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody and informed her that, far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial City, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial Court. At the Imperial City, Baranzaya befriended Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir Pelagius, came to love her as a sister. The ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire Imperial City turned out to watch her farewell procession, preliminary to her return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for her glorious destiny as sovereign of the Kingdom of Mournhold. In the second volume of this series, it was told how Baranzaya was kindly welcomed to the newly constructed Imperial City by the Emperor Tiber Septim and his family, who treated her like a long-lost daughter during her almost 1-year stay. After several happy months there, learning her duties as vassal queen under the Empire, the Imperial General Symmachus escorted her to Mournhold, where she took up her duties as queen of her people under his wise guidance. Gradually, they came to love one another and were married and crowned in a splendid ceremony at which the Emperor himself officiated. Really? Okay. After several hundred years of marriage... What? Huh? Several hundred years of marriage? Okay. After several hundred years of marriage, okay, a son, Helseth, was born to the royal couple. Is 100 supposed to be in there? Is it just supposed to be several years, or is it really several hundred years? Anyway. After several hundred years of marriage, a son, Helseth, was born to the royal couple amid celebration and joyous prayer. Although it was not publicly known at the time, it was shortly before this blessed event that the Staff of Chaos had been stolen from its hiding place deep in the Mournhold Mines by a clever enigmatic bard known only as the Nightingale. 8 years after Helseth's birth, Berenziah bore a daughter. So they went a couple hundred years without having children, and then all of a sudden, like eight years in, they had 2 kids. Morgaya, named after Symmachus' mother, and the royal couple's joy seemed complete. Alas, shortly after that, relations with the Empire mysteriously deteriorated, leading to much civil unrest in Mournhold. After fruitless investigations and attempts at reconciliation, in despair, Berenziah took her young children and traveled to the Imperial City herself to seek the ear of then Emperor Earl Septim VII. Nope, that was right, because they've gone 7 generations. Oh my gosh. Several hundred years of marriage, I could not. Elves live longer, but not that much. I don't think 100 is right. It'd be several decades, because Emperor Uriel Septim VII, assuming people live roughly 60 years, would I don't know, going from the 1st to the 7th would probably be, you know, like 300 years. No, I guess several hundred years would be right. Dang! Symmachus remained in Mournhold to deal with the grumbling peasants and annoyed nobility, to do what he could to stave off an impending insurrection. During her audience with the Emperor, Berenziah, through her magical arts, came to realize to her horror and dismay that the so-called Emperor was an impostor, none other than the bard Nightingale, who had stolen the Staff of Chaos. Exercising great self-control, she concealed this realization from him. That evening, news came that Symmachus had fallen in battle with the revolting peasants of Mournhold, and that the kingdom had been taken over by the rebels. Berenziah at this point did not know where to seek help or from whom. 1st to 7th would be 120 years, because 20 is when men have their first child. 140. I guess the question would be, like, when do they actually take over? Because if they don't take over until they die, then while he would be like prince for a while, he wouldn't actually be emperor or whatever like pre-emperor is. So if it's like, yeah, you had your kid, but then you lived 40 more years, and then Emperor Tiber Septim II became king, you know, and it went on like that, then it would be more like 350-ish, maybe, on average. I don't know, though. The gods that fateful night were evidently looking out for her, as if in redress of her loss. King Aedwire of High Rock, an old friend of Uriel Septim, and Symmachus came by on a social call. He comforted her, pledged his friendship, and furthermore confirmed her suspicions that the Emperor was indeed a fraud, and none other than Yegar Tharn, the Imperial Battle Mage. And one of the Nightingale's mini altar goes, what? Really? Okay, then. It's been 13 generations since my family landed on this continent. That's less than 400. I mean, yeah. Almost 400. 390. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe a couple hundred. But several hundred does make it sound a little more dramatic than it probably should be. I don't think Yegar Tharn is the Nightingale's alter ego. I thought Yegar Tharn was just like... Really? Okay, I need to brush up more on my lore. Tharn had supposedly retired into seclusion from public work and installed his assistant Rhea Silmain in his stead. The hapless assistant was later put to death under mysterious circumstances. Supposedly a plot implicating her had been uncovered, and she had been summarily executed. However, her ghost had appeared to Aedwire in a dream and revealed to him that the true emperor had been kidnapped by Tharn and imprisoned in an alternate dimension. Pretty sure elves live to like 300 years naturally. Okay, so what? A couple hundred would make more sense. Still, to go a couple hundred years and not have a kid and then have 2 kids in 8 years is kind of funny. Tharn had then used the Staff of Chaos to kill her. Is the Staff of Chaos the Wabbajack? Or are those different? Maybe the 100 is a clue that this biography is exaggerated and the other books are more factual. Yeah, maybe. Before adding magic in the mix. Yeah, that's fair. I still feel like the Staff of Chaos is probably the Wabbajack. Anyways, Tharn had used it to kill her when she attempted to warn the Elder Council of his nefarious plot. Rhea Selmain. Together, Idwire and Baranzaya plotted to gain the false Emperor's confidence. Meanwhile, another friend of Rhea's, known only as the Champion, who apparently possessed great, albeit then untapped potential, was incarcerated at the Imperial dungeons. However, she had access to his dreams and she told him to bide his time until she could devise a plan that would effect his escape. Then he could begin on his mission to unmask the imposter. They spelled imposter correctly! Good job. Baranzaya continued to charm and eventually befriend the Ersatz Emperor. By contriving to read his secret diary, she learned that he had broken the Staff of Chaos into 8 pieces and hidden them far-flung locations scattered across Tamriel. She managed to obtain a copy of the key to Rhea's friend's cell and bribed a guard to leave it there, as if by accident. Their champion, whose name was unknown even to Baranzaya and Idwire, made his escape through a shift gate Rhea had opened in an obscure corner of the Imperial dungeons using her already failing powers. The champion was free at last and almost immediately went to work. Staff of Chaos is the big plot item of the arena, so it's separate. Oh, okay. It took Baranzaya several more months to learn the hiding places of all 8 staff pieces through snatches of overheard conversation and rare glances at Tharn's diary. Once she had the vital information, however, which she communicated to Rhea forthwith, who in turn passed it on to the champion, she and Idwire lost no time. They fled to Wayrest, his ancestral kingdom in the province of High Rock, where they managed to fend off the sporadic efforts of Tharn's henchmen to haul them back to the Imperial City, or at the very least obtain revenge. Tharn, whatever else might be said of him, was no one's fool, save perhaps Baranzaya's, and he concentrated most of his efforts towards tracking down and destroying the champion. As all know now, the courageous, indefatigable, and forever nameless champion was successful in reuniting the 8 sundered pieces of the Staff of Chaos. With it, he destroyed Tharn and rescued the Emperor Uriel Septim VII, the True One. Following what has come to be known as the Restoration, a grand state memorial service was held for Symmachus at the Imperial City, befitting the man who had served the Septim dynasty so long and well. Baranzaya and good King Idwire had come to care deeply for one another during their trials and adventures, and were married in the same year shortly after their flight from the Imperial City. Her 2 children from her previous marriage with Symmachus remained with her, and a regent was appointed to rule Mournhold in her absence. Up to the present time, Queen Baranzaya has been in Wayrest with Prince Helseth and Prince Morgaya. She plans to return to Mournhold after... Oh my gosh! Dead meat. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. She plans to return to Mournhold after Idwire's death. Since he was already elderly when they wed, she knows that the event, alas, could not be far off, as the elves reckon time. Until then, she shares in the government of the Kingdom of Wayrest with her husband and seems glad and content with her finally quiet and happily unremarkable life. I remember that song! I'm a tater tot! You are! Welcome in! Okay, I want to read the book on Emperor Tiber Septim VII. No, Uriel Septim VII. So she's actually still alive in this book at least, which means that this book still exists in Skyrim. So it could mean that she's alive, it could mean that she's not, and the book was just copied, you know? Okay, so we got the biography of Baranzaya. Now we're gonna read the real Baranzaya, and we'll see which one seems more sus. This is anonymous, so I wonder if this... Okay, the first thing I want to think of is that this book was written by Straw, but it probably isn't, because Straw died. Or maybe he didn't die, but he got... No, once he got found out by Symmachus, like, we didn't hear about him anymore, so he might have just gone to a life of crime. He might not have died. Or he might have just continued to stalk Baranzaya, and actually these books were written by him, but that's just a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? I just made it up. Mayo, hello! 45 pages! Oh my gosh, buckle in everyone, we're gonna be here for a while. Speculation. Thank you. I was gonna say conjuration, and I'm like, that is not the word I'm looking for. Oh my god. We have 45 pages to read. I'm gonna drink some water. Everybody strap in. I saw a book and knew I was in for a vibe. Yeah, we're reading the lore. I love the lore of the Elder Scrolls, so I've been looking for wellness check. I've been looking for these books in Skyrim for like 2 months, and I just never found the 4th book. But now I have them in Oblivion, so I'm just reading them here. Ugh. All right, everybody, let's do this. Also, if this book is gonna be this long, I'm gonna change my title. This is The Real Baronziah. And then I'm really excited now. After reading that and after reading this series, I want to see if I can find that book on Uriel September the 7th. Conjuration is a school of magic you would know if you studied in Winterhold. I know! That's why I was like, I knew that was the wrong thing. It's fine. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Let's do this. 504 score years... No, I'm just kidding. Okay. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as his father was before him, a common laborer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold, for his ability in magicka was small. The work was honorable, but paid poorly. His mother made and sold comberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof only leaked when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. My internet has been borked all day. Feels rough. Like I have to do late night chores like responsible people. Oh, man. When the time came round for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it, he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides, there'd be a great crush of people, as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event, and being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. My son, she said, before you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return. Symmachus crossed to her pallet at once and noticed anxiously that her forehead was very hot, and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. Closed for ceremony, read all the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. After the rite, brother, the priest said. If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him. My mother's desperately ill, Symmachus pled. Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest. True, but the Arcanon will, the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus' desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other priests and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armored guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. Hi, Milky! As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother's dying. I forbid her to do so on this glorious night, the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched her babe to her breast, stared slit-eyed at Symmachus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. "Guards!" she cried. "Remove this oaf!" Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from top of the hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the high-born folk far below. Baron Zaya. The name came dimly to Symmachus' ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon. Jone rising, Jode setting. "Behold the Lady Baron Zaya, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its kin and its will, its kith and its ilk." "Bless her, bless her!" all the people intoned along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother, was gone. And in silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baron Zaya he should have for his own bride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. Holy cow, okay then. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he'd first spoken. The man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. "I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's aught I can do here. Likely—" "Give me back my money!" Symmachus snarled. "You've done naught to earn it!" He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not upset about this priest. Stupid. Anyway. Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled to the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over like a sorcerer's chant. "Baron Zaya," he said. "Baron Zaya. Baron Zaya." Baron Zaya stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where the soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently, they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates, and turned to salute her. "Baron Zaya!" they cried. "Baron Zaya, our beloved, farewell!" The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favorite stuffed animal, a gray wolf cub she called Woofin, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. "Baron Zaya!" the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Sometime after came a day when Baron Zaya was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly, and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large gray stone castle amid empty, endless gray-green hills, covered patchily with gray-white snow. She clutched Woofin to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the gray dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all of this endless space. This endless gray-white space. Hi, Kayla. Nice to see you. She and Hannah, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been traveling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large gray-white woman with icy gray golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Baron Zaya with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" the woman remarked to Hannah. I've never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about them myself, my lady," Hannah said. "But this one's got red hair and a temper to match, I can tell you that. Take care, she bites, and worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. And what's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh! The woman snatched Woofin away and threw him into the blazing Are you serious? Baronzaya shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Woofin was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Not Woofin. Baronzaya grew like a weed, transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Savin and his wife, the Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived. But always there was a cold and empty place within. I've raised her as my own daughter. Lady Inga was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping when neighboring ladies came to visit. But she's a dark elf. What can you expect? Baronzaya was not meant to overhear these words. At least, she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, a little misplaced magic, just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. And as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men who could provide her very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Baronzaya, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. She's wonderful with the children, Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Baronzaya. 5 sons. I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm. A tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6 and Baronzaya was 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Svin and Lady Inga. So Baronzaya was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good as or better than they. Somebody get that ticket. She's very proud, though, isn't she? One of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Baronzaya, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterward, she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled residents. She finally understood. They were posers, imposters, not rulers at all. At least, they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them. A good, clean hatred, quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects who could be despised but never feared. Once a month, a courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga and a large bag of dried mushrooms for Morrowind, for Baronzaya, her favorite treat. On these occasions, she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over, much in the same way a farmer would look over a hog he's readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Baronzaya thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy, Straw, a big, muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Baronzaya stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Johnny's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on one fine spring night, she and Straw took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance, and the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Baronzaya as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning, they abandoned the horses at Baronzaya's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping to side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Baronzaya had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out, that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy traveling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Hey, Sierra. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven Estates, which was his birthplace. Together, they made their way to a rundown inn in the poorer quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Barenziah's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle and a minced meal and 2 jugs of ale. Barenziah sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on the narrow cot. Afterward, they fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. Okay. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Barenziah burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day, Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan traveling east. The one-armed sergeant looked over her dubiously. He chuckled. Dark elf, ain't ya? Like setting a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I don't need arms, and we get going through near enough Morrowind so you can betray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look, then he spun back abruptly towards Barenziah, whipping out his short sword. But she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled round to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. High citation. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with your bow, dark elf? Barenziah demonstrated her prowess briefly. Hey, not bad at all. You'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of hearing to all times. A trusty dark elf makes a good fighting as a man any could ask for. I know. I served under Symmachus himself before I lost this arm and got validated by the validated out of the Emperor's army. Whatever. We could betray them. I know folk who would pay well, Straw said later as they bedded down for the last night at the ramshackle lodge. Or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, those merchants are, Barry. Barenziah laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? And besides, we need their protection for traveling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, settle down all nice like. Peasant, Barenziah thought scornfully. Straw was peasant and harbored nothing but peasant dreams. But all she said was, not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We'll have other chances further east. But Tat story time! Yay! The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septim I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving brigand bands of various races. But such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Barenziah's keen ears warned them of in plenty of time, to circle about and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack mixed by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. Hi, Virtue, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. The latter were a skilled band, and even Barenziah did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time, the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Barenziah managed to gash his Khajiit assailant's throat. You're very welcome. Barenziah rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire, listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Symmachus. This Symmachus had been made general after Mournhold fell, the sergeant said. He's a fine soldier, boy, Symmachus is, but there was more in soldiery involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. But well, y'all know about that, I suppose. No, I don't remember, Barenziah said, trying to sound nonchalant. I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. Tell me, what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold? The sergeant shrugged. I never heard. Dead, I suspect. 'Twas a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now. Maybe too quiet. Like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Maybe. Oh, that's right. Barenziah's pretending to be a boy. So, maybe, Barenziah said. The truth was that she had drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold, like a moth to a burning house. Straw sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Baronzaya rather missed it too, but...
The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them a bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down, and parchments off.
Citation. Oh my gosh. Baronzaya rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. I missed the timing. You were close, though. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them a bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down, and parchments of recommendation. Thank you for the bit, citation. I do appreciate it. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Baronzaya insisted on continuing their travels east. I'm the Queen of Mournhold by rights, she said, unsure whether it was true. Or was it just a daydream she'd made up as a lost, bewildered child? I want to go home. I need to go home. That, at least, was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften and nearing the Morrowind border. But the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Baronzaya stood on top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall, guarding Morrowind beyond. Barry, Straw said gently, Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring. There's Silgrod Tower, Barry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up and around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. Silgrod Tower. Do I know where that is? The bridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try to stop you. But what will you do? Silgrod Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them or a camp follower? You know, a lot of these places, the thing is, I just am trying to, like, remember exactly. Because I know Skyrim, I know Riften, I know Whiterun, I know where the temple is, I know the inn, like, Bannered Mare, probably, that they're talking about. But yeah, I'm just trying to remember, like, Silgrod's Tower. I feel like I recognize the name, but I can't remember where it is on the map. Like, yeah, it would be far east near Riften, but... No, Baronzaya said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim when she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterward. Straw had been unhappy about it, though, and would shout for a while then sulk for days afterward if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He'd even threatened to leave her. Not that he ever did, or could. Darkmoor's Fort Greymore? Sungard I recognize, too. It's like, I recognize those names, but I still don't remember exactly where they are. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Baronzaya had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They had been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk, but he hated it more that she had to hear it. There was a part of him that was fascinated, nevertheless. Baronzaya sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said that he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly that she didn't feel the same way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then why don't you go with other men? Straw had asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say dark elven women are like that. Baronzaya smiled and shrugged. I don't know. Or no, maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned and kissed him affectionately. I guess that's all the explanation there is. That's a long book and we still have 4 more of these. Let's go. 51 pages! I hope you guys are liking this because we're going to be here all night. I'm not upset about it though. I've wanted to read these books for a long time. Also, you can tell, obviously, just with the amount of pages, but like this definitely embellishes on way more details than the biography Baronzaya did. Good stuff, right? Baronzaya and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Baronzaya wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bet him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. Oh, what sort of initiation? Theris said, pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Sorry. Also good, because family friendly and everything. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. They did it in front of other people? Wow. I mean, if she's in the Ratway, not the Ratway, but like, you know, that room where all of the beds are, they just did it in there, and like everybody else is just chilling in that room. Oh my gosh. Anyway, she did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself or introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable. Except that she was very fond of cats, and by logical inference, their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit. Hey, Sudsy, welcome in. Had a talent for certain kinds of magic and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Baranzaya an invisibility spell and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of theirs in a motherly sort of way. Baranzaya warmed to her as she had never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks, she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw interesting and suggested to Baranzaya that they arrange what he called something not family friendly. Wow, how coincidental! Fan-servalicious mom decides to come in while I'm literally about to read, anyway. Love you! Nice to see you. Maybe go read a bedtime story before I rest of the night as I'm chomping on— oh my gosh, homemade cheeseburger sounds incredible. Hey Lou, nice to see you. Thank you for the daily check-in. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Absolutely not! Baranzaya said firmly, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. Theris smiled his charming triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Baranzaya answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored of me, you and your friend can find someone else. She's a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed their initiation. She found Theris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him, too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not loving. That she'd know the right man when she found him, that neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Baranzaya cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are promiscuous, she said, although she was dubious. Oh, I see. You mean promiscuous, although some do become, what do they call it? Call girls, I suppose? Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already, she added hopefully. She liked Baranzaya, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you keep on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Okay, we're about to learn biography, apparently. Elven women build differently. Baranzaya smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it'd be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you've got a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that, even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Baranzaya remembered something else. Straw wants to marry a farm and buy me. Help. Pregnancy, I'm way too old for this stuff. You're not even old. Come on, Mom. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday. But not if I can't be queen. Hey, Cuban, welcome back. But not if I can't be queen, and not just any queen, the Queen of Mournhold. She said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Purchase a farm, get married and pregnant, solid plan. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. I'm learning a lot more about elves in this book than I did in the last book. Pregnancy, I'm way too young for this stuff. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. There's the answer, I guess. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls. But they could, and one or two of them actually did. It's kind of like humans can live to 100, but they don't usually. Hey, Soup, nice to see you, friend. Katisha laughed. Berenziah fidgeted impatiently while Theris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's house, leaving Straw to hover outside as lookout. Theris had said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw, but nobody else. Tell me what you're looking for, and I'll find it, Barry whispered urgently. I like how the book called her Barry instead of just saying Berenziah. Anyway, Theris' night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. She had never been in such a luxurious place. Not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Inga, where she had spent her childhood, compared to it. She gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. But Theris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and the small book-lined study on the upper floor. He hissed angrily. Someone's coming, Barry said a moment before the door opened. Two dark figures stepped into the room. Theris gave her a violent shove towards them and sprang to the window. Oh my gosh, he just sacrificed Berenziah. Berenziah's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Theris. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light. Theris folded over in a still heap. I just woke up and my allergies are already acting up. Yeah, my allergies have been awful for the last few days. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out an alarm, and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Theris to the door, and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Berenziah, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Berenziah, the elf said. Berenziah gawked at him and clutched it closed. You're a girl, aren't you, Barry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You were only drawing attention to yourself and calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Berenziah defended. The man shook his head sadly. Not among dark elves, it isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter. I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Berenziah demanded. So much for fame, the man shrugged, smiling wryly. I am Symmachus, my lady Berenziah, General Symmachus of his awesome and terrible majesty Tiber Septim I's imperial army. And I must say, it's a merry chase that you've led me throughout Tamriel, or this part of it anyway, although I guessed correctly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually. You had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's, so I stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me. Yet I'd not have thought you'd have stayed together this long. Do you love where I live? Do you love where you live? What? Grass seed capital of the world? I too am allergic to grass seed. I'm allergic to pollen. I'm gonna go buy myself some breakfast. Too lazy to make it myself. Have fun. Get some good breakfast. It's nice to see you, Soup. Also, so just as a comparison to the biography of Baranzaya that we read, right? It said that Straw was the only one who got involved with one bandit, not even the Thieves Guild. I don't think it ever brought up the Thieves Guild. But it said that he got involved, Baranzaya was upset with him, and then Baranzaya went to Symmachus to tell on Straw. But obviously that's not true if this book is to be believed, because she was the one who got involved with the Thieves Guild first, dragged Straw into it, and then Theris like dragged them into the mansion, and they were actually all helping him and got caught by Symmachus, which is a very different story to what we read in the biography. Anyway, just a recap if anybody needed to know. Where is he? Is he all right? She asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine, for now. In custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him then? He said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity, out of red eyes that seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom-seen reflection. He's my friend, Baranzaya said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army no less, said to have the friendship and ears of Tiber Septim himself. You seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, my lady. Stop calling me that! She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked, the bustle and flurry that in the house died away, although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, he had said? This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? Currently live in a city. I have about 8 trees in my garden that shed pollen like a showerhead. No! As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that belongs to me. Baranzaya gasped, and Symmachus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Why, you are rash, my lady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Baranzaya was trembling. The Thieves Guild would have never attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder... Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed a false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Baranzaya edged closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly, he seemed to be in good high humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Baranzaya's eyes darted towards the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of escape, are you? I don't want to hear first what my plans are. She thought he sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes? Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Baranzaya, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as the rightful Queen of Mournhold. Symmachus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along, that Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years which she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Baranzaya asked, hardly believing anything she'd just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Baranzaya shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had, in fact, sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household. But of course, you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for. What else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter, of you. Then know this, Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Baronzaya chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me and has never done anyone any harm. He's not a member of the Thieves Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Symmachus waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Straw, he said, and Theris. He stared at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Theris? He betrayed me, Baronzaya said coldly. Theris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he'd pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. He's a Khajiit. Yes, and... Well, he shouldn't be made to suffer for it, should he? No, words. He should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Baronzaya balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. Whipping. Would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want him permanently injured, you understand. Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course. Symmachus grinned at this, then his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, my lady Queen Baronzaya of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Baronzaya's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Symmachus' apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Julianne who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant, since she took her meals with them. Nor did she seem to be Symmachus' wife or lover. Julianne looked amused when Baronzaya asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Julianne's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baronzaya was given a room to herself. Symmachus was out a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Julianne was much the same. Baronzaya found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first dark elves with whom she'd associated with closely. She expected to feel comfortable with them, to at least feel that she belonged somewhere, with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye. But then I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Barry who needed elven friends and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves Guild apparently, and no one associated with the Thieves Guild seemed to know your true identity save Theris. That is well. I prefer your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris, and they won't tell anyone. No, he smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still, there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Baronzaya knew that other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking, and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baronzaya tried to smile. So, we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warmly, genuinely. I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You must find a scribe so you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Baronzaya persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. He was an Avox. That's a Hunger Games reference, you're welcome. Baronzaya collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. But why? She demanded of Symmachus when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Symmachus shrugged. He knows too much. It could have been dangerous. At least he's alive and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you! Baronzaya screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly for some time while Drellian cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city. Symmachus and Drellian didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Baronzaya was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Baronzaya thanked the gods silently that at least she was all right, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Baronzaya warmly. Why are you crying? Baronzaya asked. For Theris, of course. You haven't heard? Oh, poor dear Theris. He's dead. Baronzaya felt icy fingers creeping round her heart. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house, poor fellow. Oh, that was so foolish of him. Oh, Barry, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you and Straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. She glanced behind Baronzaya. That's the commandant, isn't it, Symmachus? Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Baronzaya. Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know? Yes, Baronzaya said, I know. She took Katisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you. But please, don't ever tell anyone else anything about me, ever. Swear you won't, especially not to Symmachus. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that. Katisha promised, puzzled though willing. Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Theris to him. She glanced over at the general. Baronzaya assured her that it wasn't, that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theris' plans. Which was probably a lie, but she could see Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now, I'd hate to think, but how could I have known? She leaned over and whispered in Baronzaya's ear. Symmachus is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Baronzaya said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though. She added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Baronzaya evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added, and Katisha agreed that yes, that's true. That must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled, Baronzaya smiled with her. Then they hugged again, tearfully, for the last time. She never saw Katisha again. Or Straw. The royal party left Riften by the great southern gate. Once through, Symmachus tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, your highness, he said. Baronzaya stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased. Oh wait. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Symmachus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. You heard this from your friend Katisha, I suppose. You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Baronzaya said casually. he didn't already know, he'd find out soon enough. She was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile archly at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There is a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final, irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Or maybe should I say, not in the way you would ever want them to? His answer took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. I'd rather marry an Asian person. Oh, wait, I did. She held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now, what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. But something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Baron Zaya, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as it seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He'd found her at last, after months of searching, it seemed, under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently not altogether to his liking. There's the second book. We still have 3 more. This one's 39 pages, so it's the shortest one yet. I'm gonna drink some water, though. For several days, Baron Zaya felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends. But by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Redguard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans that she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful towards her, despite her attempts at flirtation. Samaka scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? She inquired petulantly. Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, my lady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City. Baron Zaya made a face. I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, everyone says so. Everyone is wrong then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your deportment after our good Drellian, milady. I'd as lief be back in Darkmoor. Baron's eyes snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Drellian in any way. That is not an option, Your Highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Baron Zaya listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats, but afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Symmachus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted 3 of their knight escorts were women, and asked if she might train a little with him, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, though stressing it would only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they traveled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on in the inns as dusk fell, and stars came out in singly, then by twos and threes. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense mage's guild hall reared towards the east, while westward, the stained-glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Symmachus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace past the temple. The Temple of One, he identified it as they passed it, an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Baronzaya would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Baronzaya's taste. The walls and furnishing were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Baronzaya's eyes ached for color and the interplay of subtle shadings. I forgot this is Oblivion and not Skyrim. In the morning, Symmachus and Drelian escorted her to the imperial palace. Baronzaya noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the imperial presence. Morning sun flooded into a small room through the window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table and the single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried towards them. "Ah, Symmachus, our most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly." His hands held Symmachus' shoulders briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection of the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Baronzaya curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. "Baronzaya, our naughty little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Symmachus, she's charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course." He waved aside Symmachus' protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. "You will pardon us for this discourtesy towards yourselves, our dear guests. We've much to think of, though that's scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray, join us. There's some excellent nectarines from the Black Marsh." They settled themselves at the table. Baronzaya was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, gray, giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Symmachus, although he was well-knit of figure and lithe of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them and repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? Little sea ghost. Hi, friend. Nice to see you. Somebody get that ticket, quick. I'm in time for story time. Yeah, and these books are really long. Nice to see you, Sea Ghost. "No, Excellency," Baronzaya replied. "In truth, no, although I fancied so at times." Symmachus had fabricated a story for her, and Baronzaya told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy, Straw, had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in RESHADE. And when a Redguard had indeed come, she panicked and fled with Straw. So that's where the biography got their information, was this fake story that she's telling right now. I'm realizing this is a 40 to 60-year-old marrying a 17-year-old. Yeah, but they're elves, so their lifespan's like 1,000. So 40 to 60 and 17 aren't quite as big of a deal. Also, 40 to 60 is Tiber Septim, not Symmachus. Symmachus is a little bit younger. was still pre-ordered though. You're not wrong. You're very much not wrong. Baranzaya ran away at what, 15, 16? How long was she out for? But he was still like, oh yes, I'm gonna take her, whatever. I forgot they were elves. Yeah. So like, it helps, but definitely still really young. At least it's not like a 300-year-old marrying a 17-year-old, you know? Like a day. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened rapidly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. Why, 'tis like a ballad, he said. By the one, we'll have the court bards set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made. So she did say the truth about pretending to be a boy, but this is also where they made up the story about faking her going to Symmachus by accident and ratting out her friends. So that's what it is. General Symmachus said, Baranzaya stopped in some confusion, then proceeded. He said, well, I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend Symmachus. I know I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon, and that of my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now, my Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Our dear child, you shall go home, we promise you, but we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you. Baranzaya gazed up at him earnestly. Heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude towards him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honored, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you in this great empire you have built in any way I can. It was the political thing to say, sure, but Baranzaya really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city, and the discipline and order were evident everywhere. Moreover, was excited at the prospect of being part of it all. She felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. I'm just saying, knowing this book was in Oblivion before they made Skyrim makes it even cooler, because they made sure to be consistent with their map, right? Whiterun being in the center of Skyrim and Riften being next to Morrowind. Like, they had this stuff like way planned out in advance. These go back to Daggerfall, even more impressive than, like, that's, I love that, right? That just makes me love these games even more, and I already love them so much. But I don't know, I still say Skyrim is the closest to my heart. So like, hearing this book being at least the beginning of it centered in Skyrim is like really heartwarming, I guess. But yeah, I love it. I felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Baranzaya was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Baranzaya, with Drellian as a chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the Imperial Palace. Several tutors were provided her, and all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time, she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. You could, in theory, follow her path in Skyrim, but some of the places or forts are now renamed. Yeah, that's fair. On occasion, she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest in matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume, he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill, he said. So the one teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another. So he doesn't think orcs are... Okay, fair enough. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Baronziah was delighted to just sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smoldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just, you are so beautiful, dear. So very beautiful. He was looking at her with hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please. Why is he talking like Gollum now? Baronziah shook her head. I could never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. We have a consort, he said. She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside. Yet there is nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. We would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and Baronziah, I think I am the most lonely as well. He stood up suddenly. Power, he said with sublime contempt. I'd trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known. He shook his head vehemently. Today, perhaps, yet I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me. Baronziah moved towards him, hands outstretched. No, I would not take your innocence from you. I'm not that innocent. How so? The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Wait. Hold on. Oh, this is the Emperor. I thought this was Samakis the whole time. I messed up. My bad. Anyway. Baronziah's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. He would know. There was straw? She faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely. And not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I am not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Baronziah. My Baronziah, it cannot last for long. You have a duty towards Mournhold and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have and what we can and pray the one forgives our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arms and wordlessly, willingly, Baronziah stepped into his embrace. I am sorry, I totally messed up. I thought this was Samakis the whole time. This is Tiber Septim, which is yeah, this is a 40 to 60-year-old making love to a 17-year-old. Anyway, you caper on the edge of 18. We're gonna call it 18 because I don't want to get banned. You caper on the edge of a caper? You caper on the edge of a volcano, child, Drellian admonished as Baronziah admitted. Oh my gosh, Wolfbone! Hi, friend! How's it going? Nice to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. How was Repo? Hi, Wolfbone! Guys, it's Wolfbone! Go give him a follow right now. Amazing friend. Oh man, I gotta stretch. Oh, everybody else stretch too, please. Goodness gracious. Hi! How's it going? How was your stream? Nice to see you, my friend. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, I'm the Mama Patat. I'm a cozy, family-friendly variety Skyrim and Oblivion streamer and variety streamer. We do Oblivion Thursday, Friday. We do Skyrim Saturday, Sunday. We do variety on Tuesdays. But we're currently reading, which is... This is a series of books that I've been trying to get my hands on for like 3 months at this point. But have never... I never really focused on it, so I never got all of the books. We finally just got them in Oblivion. Like, I've been trying to get them in Skyrim for a long time, but I finally got them in Oblivion, so we're actually reading them today. We're like 2/3 of the way through the 3rd book, I think. We still have 2 more after this. They're very long. Repo, oh, and Helldivers. Nice. Democracy, right? Is that one? Great. It was a great night. How's Oblivion? Honestly, I love it. Like, I haven't done too much as far as like gameplay goes tonight. but I have found a book that I've been looking for a long time, so I'm really excited to be reading this series. So yeah, right now we're just doing a little bit of lore reading, and then afterwards we'll be focusing a little bit more on the main quest. Because I was trying to do a side quest, but I can't because I don't have any way to not drown in the water. But yeah, if you need a raid and run, no worries. Make sure to take care of yourselves. I really appreciate you being here. Yes, democracy! I must sleep. No worries. You have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You caper on the edge of a volcano, child, Drellian admonished as Baronzai admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. Okay, anyway. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Symmachus bade me be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? And we've been most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavers over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son towards you? Oh, that's right, he's married. Oh, so he's also cheating on his wife. Oh, wow, that sucks. Bible Bard treats her like a daughter in public. In public. Because they're not supposed to be together. So it's supposed to be for show. Baronzia shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she'd received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It's Tiber who holds the power. But it's his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in conversation at dinner? Wow, Baronzia, holy cow. Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live. I mean, Drellian admitted quickly at Baronzia's scowl, humans are all short-lived, ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to this family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. Ah, but how can I make you see truly? Ooh, you, who are so young and human-bred as well. If you take heed and wisely, you and Mournhold are like to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed it to rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like the inconstant tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Baronzia just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. What is wrong with me? Baronzia lamented. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Is she gonna have a baby? Baronzia regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Drellian shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold, if he would agree to it, and bear the child there. So the biography that we read said nothing about her being with Tiber Septim, and said that she immediately fell in love with Symmachus. So, interesting. Alone? Baronzia placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. I'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now, you'll see. Drellian shook her head. Although she said no more, a look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Baronzia told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. With child? He looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear yet so young an age. Baronzia forced a smile. How can I be sure? I shall have my healer fetched. The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Baronzaya was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to his excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it, we command you. Sorry. Really friendly shoe. Sire, the healer gaped at him. I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard, the emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Baronzaya, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No! She screamed. No, what are you saying? Child! Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, she may never conceive again. You promised us she would not bear to us. We've little faith in your prognostications. Baronzaya scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. Let's do a 180 real quick, right? She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness, a void where something used to be, something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Jillian was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. There was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers and came on short visits, always well attended. Baronzaya received these visits with pleasure at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night, and after some time, nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Baronzaya scrambled. Wait, what? Oh, my bad. Drellian informed her that Samachus had written to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some were sorry to see her leave and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not and did not. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times. No wonder the Thalmor are trying to invade it. Freaking need to increase the Breton count. Hey, Sidon. I'm not gonna lie, I was not prepared for... The biography of Baronzaya Part 2 did not prepare me for the real Baronzaya Part 3. Not gonna lie. Didn't know that was in there. Wow. Anyway, we're gonna continue moving forward with this. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost, Baronzaya thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead, her tirewomen near her in carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power and the promise of more to come. Dearly I have bought it. Now I do understand better Tiber Septim's love of it, if he has often paid such prices. For surely worth is measured by the price we pay. I found them on my playthrough and reading along. That's awesome. By her wish, she rode on a shiny roan mare, clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of dark elven make. As the days slowly slipped by and her train rode the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew constantly, but it was also rich with the sweet, spicy smell of the late-blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind and grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest banks and ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her nightly escort were Redguards, with a few high elves, Nords, and Bretons. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective clusters. Even the elven knights seemed wary. But Baron Zaya felt home at last. She felt the welcome extended to her by the land. Her land. Symmachus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were Dark Elven. In imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. "I've had the Queen's suite refurbished for you," the general told her later when they reached the palace. "But you may change anything not to your taste, of course." He went on about the details of the coronation, which was to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of her arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never acquired her commendation before. He asked her nothing about her stay in the imperial city or of her affair with Tiber Septim, although Baron Zaya was certain Drellane had told him, or earlier written him, everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it from the ancient Dark Elgin tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by imperial decree. She was sworn to the service of the Empire and Tiber Septim as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people, the nobility, and the council. This last was composed of a blend of imperial emissaries, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the Mournhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance with Elven custom. Baron Zaya later found out that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two factions and their cronies. The elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in light of reforms introduced by the Empire, pertaining to land ownership and surface farming. But most of these went clean against Dark Elven observances. Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had ordained a new tradition, and apparently even the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. The new queen threw herself into her work and her studies. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures she discovered, as Symmachus had promised her long ago, those of mind and those of power. She developed, surprisingly, for she had always rebelled against her tutors at the imperial city, a deep love for Dark Elven history and mythology, a hunger to know more fully the people from whom she had sprung. She was gratified to learn that they had been proud warriors and skilled craftsmen and cunning mages since time immemorial. Tiber Septim lived for another half-century, holy cow, during which she saw him on several occasions as she was bidden to the imperial city on one reason of state or another. He greeted her with warmth during these visits, and they even had long talks together about events in the Empire when opportunity would permit. She seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything between them more easy than friendship and a profound political alliance. He changed little as the years passed. Rumor had it that his mages had developed spells to extend his vitality, and that even the One had granted him immortality. Then one day, a messenger came with the news that Tiber Septim was dead, and his grandson Pelagius was now emperor in his place. They had heard the news in private, she and Symmachus. The sometime imperial general, and now her trusted prime minister, took it stoically, as he took most everything. "Somehow, it doesn't seem possible," Baron Zaya said. "I told you, it's the way of humans. They are short-lived people, it doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his son now wields it." "You called him your friend once. Do you feel nothing? No grief?" He shrugged. There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Baron Zaya?" They had long ago ceased to address each other in private by their formal titles. "Thank you for this like virtue. Much appreciated." "Emptiness? Loneliness?" she said. Then she too shrugged. "That's not new." I know," he said softly, taking her hand. "Baron Zaya." He turned her face up and kissed her. Consent, man. "Thank you for the daily check-in, Virtue." The act filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She'd never thought of him in that way, and yet undeniably an old familiar warmth spread through her. She'd forgotten how good it felt, that warmth. Not the scorching heat that she'd felt with Tiber Septim, but the comforting, robust ardor she somehow associated with Straw. Straw. Poor Straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he were still alive, probably with a dozen children, she thought affectionately, and a hearty wife who hopefully could talk for two. Oh, Okay, then. Marry me, Baranzaya, Symmachus was saying. He seemed to have picked up her thoughts on marriage, children, wives. I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I? Marriage. A peasant with peasant dreams. The thought appeared in her mind, clear and unbidden. Hadn't she used those very same words to describe straw so very long ago? And yet, why not? If not Symmachus, then who else? Many of the great noble families of Morrowind had been wiped out in Tiber Septim's Great War of Unification before the treaty. Dark Elven rule had been restored, it was true, but not the true nobility. Most of them were upstarts like Symmachus, and not even half as good or deserving as he was. He had fought to keep Mournhold whole and hale when their so-called counselors would have picked at its bones, sucked them dry as Evanhard had been sucked dry. He fought for Mournhold, fought for her, while she and the kingdom grew and thrived. She felt a sudden rush of gratitude and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable, and he had served her well and loved her well. Why not? She said, smiling, and took his hand and kissed him. The union was a good one in its political as well as personal aspects, while Tiber Septim's grandson, the Emperor Pelagius I, viewed her with a jaundiced eye. His trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Symmachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk, chary at his peasant ancestry and his close ties to the Empire. But the queen was quite unshakably popular. The Lady Baranzaya's one of our own, it was whispered, held captive as we. Baranzaya felt content. There was work and there was pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly with crises to be dealt with, and storms and famines and failures to be weathered, the plots to be foiled, and conspirators to be executed. Mournhold prospered steadily. Her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive, all was well, save that the royal marriage had produced no children, no heirs. Elven children are slow to come, and most demanding of their welcome, and noble children more so than the others. Thus, many decades had come to pass before they grew concerned. Fault lies with me, Symmachus. I'm damaged goods, Baranzaya said bitterly. If you want to take another... I want no other, Symmachus said gently, nor do I know for certain that the fault is yours. Perhaps it is mine. Whichever, we will seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired. How so, when we dare not entrust anyone with the true story? Healers' oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Jeffra the storyteller never rests. The god's inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumor. Priests and healers and mages came and went, but all their prayers, potions, and philters produced not even a promise of a bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually they thrust it from their minds and left it in the god's hands. They were yet young as elves went, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. With elves, there was always time. Baranzaya sat at dinner in the great hall, pushing food about on a plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmachus was away, having been summoned to the imperial city by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur one into the next. Perhaps she should have gone with him, but there'd been the delegation from Tyr on a tiresome matter that nevertheless required delicate handling. This turned into a romance novel. I'm loving it. A bard was singing in an alcove off the hall, but Baranzaya wasn't listening. Lately, all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Then a turn of phrase caught her attention. He was thinking of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Baranzaya sat up straight and turned to glare at him. Worse, she realized he was singing of some ancient and now immaterial war with the Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of Kings Edward and Morelin and their brave companions. The tale was old enough, certainly, yet the song was new, and its meaning, Baranzaya couldn't be sure. Pixelated Mariana, hi, welcome in. How's it going? I just subbed you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Nice to meet you. A bold fellow, this bard, but with a strong, passionate voice and a good ear for music. Rather handsome, too, in a raffish sort of way. He didn't look to be well off exactly, nor was he all that young. Certainly he couldn't be under a century of age. why hadn't she heard him before, or at least heard of him? My pleasure. I appreciate it. Also, I forgot, you actually reminded me, I forgot to change my YouTube title. I should probably do that. Oh, okay. I tried. Here we go. I forgot. YouTube makes it so that your titles have to be like super short. When did you start playing this game? As soon as it came out, actually. But I haven't gotten that far because I'm only able to play on stream. So I played it for about 4 hours the day it came out. And then as far as gameplay goes, probably only got about an hour between the next 2 days that I played. Santi, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Because I didn't shut up. I was constantly talking to chat and like not actually playing the game. And then today I have been playing the game, but we've been reading these books, and each of these books is like 40 pages. So I've been reading for a while, but I've been looking for these books for like 3 months. Because they're in Skyrim too, but I just like haven't focused on it. So I finally actually found them all in Oblivion, so we're reading them now. An arrow in the knee. Good time for a water break. Everybody drink some water. W stream, man. Thanks, Dead Meat. I actually have. I'll play it for you. See if I can find it. I don't think it's that. Here it is. I have this one too.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
It's giving so much nostalgia. Ah, that's awesome. And what about streaming? I'm actually about to hit my 2 year. So my 2 years of streaming on Twitch. I hit at the beginning of April. My affiliate anniversary is in a couple of weeks. I only just recently started streaming to YouTube, mainly for the VODs, just to be like kept somewhere and not be deleted off of Twitch. But because I don't have a huge following on YouTube, so I never really expect anybody to show up. But the fact that you did like makes me really happy. So thank you, Mariana. And if you want me to call you anything else, let me know. That's nice. Thanks. So let's see. Where are we? The Bard. We're talking about the Bard, right? A bold fellow, rather handsome. Why hadn't she heard of him? Who is he? She inquired of a lady in waiting. The woman shrugged and said, Calls himself the Nightingale, my lady. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he has done. The man called the Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor of freeing Marwyn from its chains. Wait, what? What? Thanked her for the honor. Oh, I'm not clicked into the game. I was like, hello? The honor of the Queen's audience. There we go. Hey, Gear. Do you do multi-streaming? Yeah, I'm actually currently live on Twitch right now. Thank you for sending many love and hugs, Gear. I appreciate it. Although I suggest you don't come over to Twitch for the moment, because ads are definitely about to start in just a second. So you'll literally just come into like 3 minutes worth of ads. But yeah, I am live on Twitch and YouTube. Let me go back really quick because I totally messed that up. The man called the Nightingale came to her. Oh. It's this guy. Wait, seriously? Oh, I forgot he was a bard. Was he posing as... And then he took over... Okay. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So the bard is the Nightingale. Wow, the biography of Branzaya left out a lot. I mean, you can tell, right? Just by the amount of words and like pages in each book. Because the biography of Branzaya was 3 parts and each book was like 15 pages. The real Branzaya is 5 parts and each one is like 50 pages. There's a lot more in this book. Also, why don't you use graphical stuff on your live streaming? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. I have like alerts and stuff. It'll take your stream to the next level of awesomeness. I mean, I got my hedgehog down there. But yeah, I've messed with a bunch of graphical stuff before. I like having it be pretty clean, because other people do what they want to do, but I never really cared too much to have like a ton of stuff on screen. Like I already have about the maximum amount that I want, because like chat is relatively big at the bottom and then my face takes up a lot of screen, so yeah. Who is he? The man called the Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor of the Queen's audience and the fat purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold at all, she decided, rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. He turned all questions away with a joking repost or rebald's tale. Yet these were recounted so charmingly, it was impossible to take offense. My true name? My lady, I am no one. No. My parents named me no one, or was it nobody? What matters it? It matters not. How may parents give name to that which they know not? I believe that was the name. No, not. I have been the nightingale for so long. I do not remember since, last month at the very least. Or was it last week? All my memory goes into song and tale, you see, my lady. I've none left for myself. I'm really quite dull. Where was I born? Why? Nowhere. Elsewhere. Sorry. I plan to settle in Dunroman when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. This literally sounds, yell at me all you want, Rally. This sounds like you. They put Rally into a game before he was old enough to, like, be past 5th grade. It's fine. No. I am an artist. I do all my own art. I do not take kindly to artists promoting their stuff. So you can stop with that now, please. Thank you. Otherwise, I will have to ban you. If you want to stay here and be a viewer and chat and stuff, that's fine. But I am an artist. I do all my own stuff. I do stuff for other people, and I don't take kindly to people coming in and self-promoting that. So thanks, but no thanks. But anyways, I still feel like this sounds exactly like something that Rally would say. I see. And will you then marry a Talsher? A Talsher? A Talsher? A Talsher. A tall... A Talsher. Coach Aaron? Coach Aaron. Coach Aaron. Did I get it right? Hold on. I had to think. Is it Coach Aaron? Did I get it right? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm not gonna lie, so that's really funny. I am also a family-friendly streamer. Your raid message cracks me up. Hey, Coffee, welcome back. Let me give you a follow. I'll follow you. I'll try and catch your stream. Oh my gosh, Shannon! Shannon, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, Purple. Hey, Lexi. Was this... Were you guys playing together? I see you were both playing Repo. Also, Wolfborn raided me earlier, which is so funny. I would have expected you all to be playing together, but he wasn't even... What was he? He was doing Repo, yeah? Did he just end early? Was he tired? Was he doing Repo? Yeah, he was. We all were. Well, thank you guys so much for the raids, y'all. They're super sweet. I really appreciate it. He was with us. He just took a break. Okay, that's fair. I was like, no way. Totally. Also, good timing because ads literally just ended. So, by the way, if you get ads, please refresh because they should go away. They should not be going right now. So yeah. How was Repo? Y'all, were you guys having fun? I still haven't played that game. Maybe one day, but I think it might also be too scary for me. Oh my gosh, and then there's Purple. Coach and Hannah are my new friends. We played Repos all night. Nice! Well, welcome in, Purple. Thank you for the raid. A Purple spread your cup of tea. Hope you enjoyed. The raid messages are all over the place, which is so funny. At Coffee, if you're not super busy, do you mind handling the shoutouts when they go off a cooldown? We still need one for Shannon and Purple. If not, I can do it too. But yeah. How is your stream? How's it going? If you need to raid and run, no worries. Take care of yourselves. Go eat, sleep, drink, whatever you gotta do. I got ads. I didn't hear how you liked the message. So, it's kind of funny. I'm honestly surprised Shannon didn't tell you. I'm a family-friendly streamer. So... it's very funny, and you're not getting banned or anything, or timed out or anything. I thought it was kind of funny, but it definitely... I sometimes when I see raid messages, I kind of gloss over them, but I'm like, hold on, there's some words in here that I might need to like. But no, it's funny. I think it's funny. It's just me and Hannah came up with it. That is so funny. Also, who is this Hannah? Can Shannon, can you type her name in chat? I'll give her a shout out too. I don't know if she streams or anything, but I'll give her a shout out too. I was reading through the ads and you weren't. Oh, sorry, Sudsy. Yeah, I was fighting someone on YouTube for a second because they're over here self-promoting their art and whatnot, which is absolutely not okay. But yeah. Actually, let's see. Oh, it's just removing all. I don't know how to mod YouTube, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know how to mod YouTube properly. I could hide that user on my channel. That works. Not a fan. Not a fan of people self-promoting their art. I tell you what, she left for Betterly. Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah. That person seemed like more normal than most people who come in self-promoting their art. But, you know. You see her in John's, it's X-Angel. Okay. Thank you for doing the shoutouts, Coffee. Appreciate it. I'm gonna drink some water. You should drink some water too. And I haven't run it in a little bit, so I'm gonna run my raid video because we got some new people here, and then I'll introduce myself properly afterwards. So ready? Here we go. How are you? It's fine. It's fine. We landed on our wheels. We didn't land on our wheels. We're good. We're not good.
Oops, there's a hole there.
There's a hole there. Oh my gosh.
You look like one of those like scared cats. But okay, so
it does the thing. It does the thing where it disappears. I wasn't ready for that, and now I'm panicking and I can't get up. Oh my god! What? I just.
Bye, Patat.
What do you mean bye? You're coming with me.
I want to catch the worm. I want to milk it.
I want to ride it. Hello, can I ride you? Can we milk you?
We can milk him. Let's milk it.
I was gonna ride on it. That works.
I mean, maybe you can ride it. What? It was so fast.
Get off my cheese, Vilcus. Rude. Don't stand on somebody's cheese wheels. I'm not being stealthy. I'm being scared. There's a difference. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Why won't you die? Western Watchtower discovered.
No, get back.
Why is everything in this game scare me? All right, there you go. My little video. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope Sprite is close enough to water. You know what? Sure. You know what? As long as you're getting liquid ingested into your body somehow. But yeah, if you guys got a raid and run, no worries. If you do want to stick around and lurk or hang out and chat, also very appreciated. If you don't know who I am, I'm the Mama Patat, Makosi, family-friendly, variety, sometimes chaotic, Skyrim, Oblivion, variety streamer. I don't know. All the words in there matter, but like they're all in the wrong order. It's fine. We do Oblivion Thursday, Friday. We do Skyrim Saturday, Sunday, and we do variety on Tuesdays. Hopefully you caught all of that. If you're in the UK, just move everything forward by a day. Except for Tuesdays. That still, like, happens. I got a raid and run. Love you too. I love you, Mama Tat. I'll be here for a while I get all my stuff, so I appreciate that, Purple. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the raid. It really means a lot to me. But yeah, we are currently about halfway through the 4th book in a series of 5 that we have been reading for, gosh, like an hour and a half. It's been a lot of reading because these books are super long, but I'm having a lot of fun. They're really, really good. A little bit surprising, but pretty good. Also, I didn't see, but did Purple get a shout out? I think so. Okay. Let's see. We are... Yeah, I was making fun of Rally, who isn't here currently. Probably in pain. Poor guy. Thank you, Coffee. Much appreciated. Done Roman when I get there. So, will you then marry a Talsher? See, I was trying to turn a Talsher into like a word, a bunch of words, like a tall. Sure, I don't know. Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps, although I find in haste quite charming too at whiles. At all sure. Oh, at all sure. Will you marry at all sure? Ah, you are fickle then? Like the wind, my lady. I blow hither and yon, hot and cold as chance suits. Chance is my suit, not else wears well on me. He entered in upon me wearing a tall shirt. Baron's Eyes smiled. Stay with us a while then, if you will, my lord Erhatic. Erratic? Erratic. Lexi Cat, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. You have a wonderful night. As you wish, my Lady Bright. My gosh, that was such a thing. After that brief exchange, Baronzaya found her interest in life somehow rekindled. All that had seemed stale became fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to conversation with the nightingale and the gift of his song. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he said, "What greater praise of your beauty could you ask, my lady, than that which your own mirror gives you? And if words you would have, you have those of the greatest, of those greater than my callow self. How should I vie with them? I, who was born but a week gone by." For once they were speaking privately, the queen, unable to sleep, had summoned him to her chamber, that his music might soothe her. "You are a lazy coward, Sarah, else I hold no charm for you." "My lady, to praise you, I must know you. I can never know you. You are wrapped in enigma, in clouds of enchantment." "Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment. Your words..." Wait. "Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment. Your words, and your eyes, and your body. Know me if you will. Know me if you dare." He came to her then. They lay close, they kissed, they embraced. "Not even Baronzaya truly knows Baronzaya," he whispered softly. "So how may I? Milady, you seek and know it not, nor yet for what? What would you have that you have not?" "Passion," she answered back. "Passion, and children born of it." "And for your children what? What birthright might be theirs?" "Freedom," she said. "The freedom to be what they would be. Tell me, you who seem wisest to these eyes and ears, and the soul that knits them, where may I find these things? One lies beside you, the other beneath you, but would you dare stretch out your hand that you might take what could be yours, and your children's?" Symmachus. "In my person lies the answer to part of what you seek. The other lies hidden below us, in your very kingdom's mines. That which will grant us the power to fulfill and achieve our dreams. That which Edward and Morelin between them used to free High Rock and their spirits from the hateful domination of the Nords. If it be properly used, my lady, none may stand against it, not even the power the Emperor controls. Freedom, you say? Baronzaya, freedom it gives from the chains that bind you. Think on it, my lady." He kissed her again softly and withdrew. "You're not leaving?" she cried out. Her body yearned for him. "For now," he said. "Pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on what I just said." "I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparations must be made?" "Why, none. The mines may not be entered freely, it is true, but with the queen at my side, who will stand athwart? Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies and lift it from its resting place." Then the memory of her endless studies slid into place. "The Horn of Summoning," she whispered in awe. "Is it true? Could it be? How do you know? I've read that it's buried beneath the measureless caves of Daggerfall." "Nay, long have I studied this matter. Ere his death, King Edward gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend, King Morelin. He in turn secreted it here in Mournhold under the guardianship of the god Effin, whose birthplace and bailiwick this is. Now you know what it has cost me many a long year and weary mile to discover. But the god, what of Effin? Trust me, my lady heart, all will be well." Laughing softly, he blew her a last kiss and was gone. On the morrow, they passed the guards at the great portals that led into the mines and further below. Under pretense of her customary tour of inspection, Baronzaya, unattended, but for the nightingale, ventured into cavern after subterranean cavern. Eventually, they reached what looked like a forgotten sealed doorway, and upon entering, found that it led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. The going was treacherous, for some of the old shafts had collapsed, and they had to clear a passage through the rubble or find a way around more impassable piles. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there, sometimes even attacking them, but they proved no match for Baronzaya's firebolt spells or the nightingale's quick dagger. "We've been gone too long," Baronzaya said at length. "They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them?" Whatever you please, the nightingale laughed. You're the queen, aren't you? The Lord Symmachus, that peasant obeys. Whoever holds power always has, always will. We shall hold the power, my lady love. His lips were sweet as wine, his touch both fire and ice. Now, she said, take me now, I'm ready. Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. Not yet, not here, not like this. He waved around, indicating the aged, dusty debris and grim walls of rock. Just a little while longer. Reluctantly, Baranzaya nodded her assent. They resumed walking. Here, he said at last, pausing before a blank barrier. Here it lies. He scratched a rune in the dust, his other hand weaving a spell as he did so. The wall dissolved. It revealed an entrance to some ancient shrine. In the midst stood a statue of a god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantium anvil. Hi, Meech. Thank you for the like. By my blood, Effin, the nightingale cried, I bid thee waken. Moralian's heir of Ebonheart am I, last of the royal line, sharer of thy blood. At Morrowind's last need, with all of elvendom in dread peril of their selves and souls, release me that guerdon which thou guardst. Now I do bid thee strike. At his final words, the statue glowed and quickened, the blank stone eyes shone a bright red. The massive head nodded, the hammer smote the anvil, and it split asunder with a thunderous crash, the stone god itself crumbling. Baranzaya clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, shaking terribly and moaning out loud. The nightingale strode forward boldly and clasped the thing that lay among the ruins with a roar of ecstasy. He held it high. Someone's coming! Baranzaya cried in alarm, then noticed for the first time what it was he was holding aloft. Wait, that's not a horn? It's a staff! Indeed, my lady, you see truly at last. The nightingale laughed aloud. I'm sorry, my lady sweet, but I must leave you now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Until then, Symmachus, he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them. She's all yours. You may claim her back. No! Baranzaya screamed. She sprang up, ran toward him. He was gone, winked out of existence. Oh, this is the staff of... What did they call it? The staff of chaos or whatever? Winked out of existence just as Symmachus, claymore drawn, reached him. His blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air. Then he stood still, as if taking the stone god's place. Hey, Owen. Baranzaya said nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing. Symmachus told the half-dozen or so elven who had accompanied him that the nightingale and Queen Baranzaya had lost their way, had been set upon by giant spiders, that the nightingale had lost his footing and fallen into a deep crevice which closed over him, that his body could not be recovered, that the queen had been badly shaken by the encounter and deeply mourned the loss of her friend who had fallen in her defense. Such was Symmachus's presence and power of command that the slack-jawed knights, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of what happened, were convinced that it was all exactly as he said. What did the sad alpaca say after being rejected by their crush? It's okay, I'll pack up my feelings and we can stay friends. Kawaii. I'm scared a little because I'm home alone for the entire week. Oh, you've seen Home Alone. You'll be fine. Just get your marbles out and your little cars and your ornaments. You'll be fine. The queen was escorted back to the palace and taken to her chamber, whereupon she dismissed her servants in waiting. She sat still before her mirror for a long time, stunned, too distraught to even weep. Symmachus stood watching over her. Do you have any idea at all what you have just done? He said finally, flatly, coldly. You should have told me, Baranzaya whispered. The staff of chaos! I never dreamed it lay here. He said... A mewling escaped her lips, and she doubled over in despair. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What happens now? What's to become of me, of us? Did you love him? Yes. Oh my, Symmachus, the gods have mercy on me. But I did love him. Did. But now, I don't know. I'm not sure. Symmachus's hard-lined face softened slightly. His eyes glittered with new light, and he sighed. That is something then. You'll become a mother yet if it's within my power. As for the rest, Baranzaya, my dearest Baranzaya, I expect you have loosed a storm up upon the land. It'll be a while yet in the brewing, but when it comes, we'll weather it together, as we always have. He came over to her then, and stripped her of her clothing, and carried her to the bed. Out of grief and longing, her enfeebled body responded to his brawny one as it never had before, pouring forth all that the nightingale had wakened to life in her, and in so doing, calming the restless ghosts of all he had destroyed. She was empty and emptied, and then she was filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As her son flourished in the womb, so did her feeling towards patient, faithful, devoted Symmachus, which had been rooted in a long friendship and unbroken affection, and which now, at last, ripened into fullness of true love. 8 years later, they were again blessed, this time with a daughter. Directly after the Nightingale's theft of the Staff of Chaos, Symmachus had sent urgent, secret communiques to Uriel Septim. He had not gone himself, as he normally would have, choosing instead to stay with Berenziah during her fertile period, to father a son upon her. For this and for the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's temporary disfavor and unjust suspicion. Spies were sent in search of a thief, but the Nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he had come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, said Berenziah, but part human too, I think, in disguise, else I would not have come so quickly to fertility. Dark elf for sure, and part dark elf for sure, and of ancient Rotham lineage at that, else he would not have been able to free the staff. Symmachus reasoned. He turned to peer at her fixedly, and I don't think he would have lain with you. As an elf, he did not dare, for then he would not have been able to part from you. He smiled, then turned serious once more. He knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and that he must teleport to safety. The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods, at least, that he does not have that. It seems all was as he expected. But how did he know? I placed the staff there myself, with the aid of the ragtail end of the Rotham clan, who now sits king in Castle Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn, but left the staff for safekeeping. Now the Nightingale can use the staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension wherever he goes, if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain him power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's the power the Nightingale seeks, Berenziah said. All seek power, Symmachus said, each in our own way. Not I, she answered. I, my lord, have found that for which I sought. Alright, last book. Let's see how many pages it is. 81! Alright. Everyone drink some water. I know I'm the only one reading out loud, but drink some water anyway. Oh boy. It was originally 10 parts, so yeah. Dang. Alright, here we go. As Symmachus had... I'm not gonna lie, I am very much enjoying this series. I hope you guys are too. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance and urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed imperial battle mage, Yegar Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Okay. They added more details in the new versions. Nice. Tharn, Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Berenziah, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. That's so cute, though. Yegar Tharn, indeed. I would give him directions for crossing the street, not if you were a doddering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods, I'll warrant. He snorted. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in southern Valenwood of a wood-elven mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Berenziah, sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humoring Symmachus thus far. Contentment of pregnancy. That is not a thing. Anyway, but now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus, could this Yegar Tharn have been the Nightingale, disguised? Symmachus thought this over before replying, Nay, my love, human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Berengaria knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebonheart of the Ratham clan, House Halalu, the House of Mora in particular. Mora or Mara? I'll be bound. That house has had human blood in it since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the Horn of Summoning from us. Berengaria sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been won, all of the lucrative mines held in fief by the Rothams, whose nobility retained the High Kingship of Morrowind. Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, when Queen Leon's two sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morelin, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favor of a temporary war leader, to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind. First among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted, and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morelin himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Effin, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Yeagar Thorn of your suspicions then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it or where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose not that much. Ay, he added, certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your embroidery. Berengaria flung the sampler at him. It hit Symmachus square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Berengaria gave birth to a fine son, whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in his possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Helseth was 8 years old, Berengaria bore a second child, a daughter, to Symmachus' lasting delight. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgaya, named for Symmachus' mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgaya was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Symmachus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having a hand in the staff's disappearance and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs and even made up some of the difference from both the royal exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the Imperial City, Symmachus said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring. He grinned forcibly. You have a way with men, love. You always did. Berengaria forced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it. Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children? Berengaria looked over toward a corner window where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgaya 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. Berengaria took a deep breath and grasped the nettle. You don't think you can keep them safe here? If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Berengaria, my love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there will be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Berengaria laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. She started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything. Ever, ever, my love. I promise. I cost you everything once, Baronzaya. I and Tiber Septim. I, without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that. That, and my patience is not infinite. Baronzaya gasped. Symmachus was not given to empty threats. She'd no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly. But he shook his head. Better that you do not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant. And do not fear. He's Septim enough to know that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. For if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or my children, so help me, all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray he hadn't been born. Aye, I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last Septim is dead. The red, dark elven eyes of Symmachus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight you that oath, my love, my queen, my Baronzaya. Baronzaya held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Baronzaya stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's straits. She'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed, and urgent matter demands his Excellency's attention. I'm sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is next week, no see? And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Helseth stood still as a carven image, but little Morgaya had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the imperial city had demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Symmachus. Bad news, and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of the Mournhold's minor nobility and were demanding Symmachus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Baronzaya's house for generation stood between Symmachus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmachus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Baronzaya to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case, she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy, with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage at the Emperor's numerous majordomos and fear of fate awaiting her and her family, the weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day, the Mournholdian ambassadors came calling to tell her that she should expect news from Symmachus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels, but by Nighthawk. Seemingly, by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real, yet somehow inappropriate. Baronzaya had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now and had developed a skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes and something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with such vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconstant. After that one long burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Hey, Quentin, nice to see ya. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed to no end, Baronzaya stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the Septims she'd known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice. That was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony, even as a young adult. yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be. Some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly, she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well since the Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and as she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face, illusion! But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were often as ashamed at signs of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them, yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Baronzaya dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shielding themselves from its effects within their own halls. The use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly, she was brought to mind of the Nightingale, and he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed, and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped, and then the vision faded once more, and another man sat in his place, like the Nightingale, and yet unalike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears, and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible, destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again, she was looking into the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switch back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire? Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation. You were no older than tiny Morgaya here. We were greatly honored to be the only guests that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously. Very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, your majesty. I was told he died not too long after. A great pity. Indeed. I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker, if it had been possible. As for your request, my lady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baronzaya bowed, as did the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Uriel had insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmachus had kept up the joke long after she had gone, the way of imaginary childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in as mock-serious a fashion. The last Baronzaya had heard of Justin several years ago. The Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmachus that she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in Lilindril to raise fire ferns and mugworts. My goodness. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The Nightingale? Could it be? Perhaps? Yes. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Baronzaya knew she was right. It was him. It was the Nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. Symmachus had been wrong. So wrong. What now? She wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Baronzaya guessed that their troubles were due to this false Emperor, this Nightingale-spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckon time. Long after her disapproved liaison with Tiber Septim. The Nightingale knew of Symmachus's famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim house, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Symmachus was left alone to deal with the troubles of Nightingales brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Baronzaya impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, her ladies-in-waiting and personal knights escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances. And for once, Berenziah was kind of glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed towards the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary and simply inquired if King Eadwire of Wayrest, of the province of High Rock, might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Berenziah of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Berenziah's first impulse was to refuse. She only wanted to leave the city. Certainly, she had no inclination towards any dalliance with a dazzled human. She looked up frowning, and one of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says his master awaits your reply yonder." He looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by a half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Berenziah said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight, after the dinner hour." King Eadwire looked polite and grave and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought pensively. Berenziah stood at the tower window, waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness, but though the night sky was as clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch, where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in a capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction at a job well done, mission accomplished, and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not Symmachus's bold hand. Berenziah sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. Symmachus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Symmachus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Symmachus was dead. Berenziah and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire and a price set on their heads. Symmachus was dead. So the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a blind ruse, a charade. Yeah, that's right. The Emperor must have known already. She was just being strung along, told to stay put. Take things easy. Milady, Queen, enjoy the Imperial city and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay? Her detention, her captivity, and in all probability, her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial city ever again. At least, not alive. Symmachus was dead. Milady? Berenziah jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? The Breton is here, my lady, King Eadwire. The woman added helpfully, noting Berenziah's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, my lady? She said, nodding toward the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not wait, Berenziah said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness that suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside of her. See to the bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb. Numb as the stone walls around her, numb as the quiescence of night air, numb as a lifeless corpse. Symmachus was dead. King Eadwire greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of King Symmachus. Sorry, not King Symmachus. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually, he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked, oh my gosh! Beebs! Beeves, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, friends. Thank you so much for coming in. Luthamir, hi. Ephemeris, hello. Beeves, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Sky Shadow, welcome in. Bevelicious, welcome in. Oh my gosh. Sounds so good. Thank you so much. Oh, Kate, thank you so much. And Renarth, welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much. We did all the fish You did what now? Who are you slapping with fishes? And can I join in? Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Hope you're all having a fantastic day. Also, there's a raffle ticket that just became available in the middle of all of this, so have fun with that, I guess. But hi, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And most of the time, other fishes. Wonderful. I love it. Thank you guys so much for coming in. If you do need to raid and run, no worries. Take care of yourselves. Eat, sleep, drink, whatever you gotta do. Congrats, Sky. Congrats on that raffle ticket. But if you don't know who I am, I'm the Mama Patat. I am a cozy, family-friendly, sometimes chaotic, variety Skyrim and Oblivion streamer. There we go. I think I got all those words in there. I am a raffle. Perfect. You'll fit right in here. I told them you're cozy and they would like it here. You came in right in the middle of a reading session too. Like, we still have 40 more pages of this book to read, so it's gonna be super cozy. But thank you so much for coming in. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you all had a wonderful night with Beebs. I know you did, because Beebs is absolutely amazing. #1 Skyrim variety streamer. Woohoo! Yeah. So ever since Oblivion Shadow dropped, I've been playing that as well. But I was playing only Skyrim, but now we do Oblivion Thursday, Friday, we do Skyrim Saturday, Sunday, and we do variety on Tuesday. I think this coming up Tuesday, I'll probably be doing Blueprints again. I literally only made it to day 3 when I played this past Tuesday, but my day 3 literally took like 3 hours. But Kino hit me up last night and actually asked if we could play something else soon. So one of these Tuesdays coming up, we'll probably be playing something, which is pretty exciting. We'll probably be doing Brotato, I think. So I'm excited for that. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but I'm looking forward to it. How much is the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? Stay in the game. You don't have to pay a fine if you just don't get caught. I'm just saying. I'm gonna read and run. I stayed up too late, got Split Fiction playthrough in less than 12 hours. Dang, get some rest, Beeps. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. And like I said, if anybody else needs to read and run, no worries. I completely understand. I know it's starting to get... Is it really? It's midnight? I didn't realize it was midnight. I still am trying to read my book, man. But thank you so much. You're absolutely amazing. I'm gonna run my raid video really quick. It's about a minute long. Just because we got a bunch of people here so you can see kind of what we're about on this channel. And then after this, we're gonna get this book done. Let's do this. How are you? It's fine. It's fine. We landed on our wheels. We didn't land on our wheels. We're good. We're not good.
Oops, there's a hole there.
There's a hole there. Oh my gosh.
You look like one of those like scared cats. But okay, so
it does the thing. It does the thing where it disappears. I wasn't ready for that, and now I'm panicking and I can't get up. Oh my god! What? I just.
Bye, Patat.
What do you mean bye? You're coming with me.
I want to catch the worm. I want to milk it.
I want to ride it. Hello, can I ride you? Can we milk you?
We can milk him. Let's milk it.
I was gonna ride on it. That works.
I mean, maybe you can ride it. What? It was so fast.
Get off my cheese, Vilcus. Rude. Don't stand on somebody's cheese wheels. I'm not being stealthy. I'm being scared. There's a difference. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Why won't you die? Western Watchtower discovered.
No, get back.
Why does everything in this game scare me? All right, there you go. Oblivion, hey Amza, nice to see you. You have to look it up. There's a Dunmer who asks you that in Oblivion and states they can't go back to Morrowind. Oh gosh, that's funny. I'll probably run into them eventually. But yeah, so we are currently, as you can see, on a book screen. This is the Patat's afraid of spiders. It's fine. They're big. You'd be scared of the spider too if it was the size of a Great Dane. Come on. Hey, I just did that truck thing earlier today. Thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Inja. Hey,
We're gonna have fun with this thing.
asking Australian? I know. Oh gosh, I know. It's fine. But we're currently reading the Real Baron Zaya book series in I mean, it's in apparently all of the games: Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. I went through a Skyrim run not too long ago, like I was like a couple months ago, where I read every book that I could find in the game, pretty much. I never really found all of the... I didn't care about at first, and then when I did care about it, I didn't find them. The Real Baron Zaya and the Biography of Baron Zaya books. So I actually found them in Oblivion today. I finally found the last one, so I'm like, I guess we're gonna read it. And we read the Biography of Baron Zaya first, which was 3 volumes and only had like 15 pages per book. We have been reading the Real Baron Zaya for like 2 hours at this point because there's 5 books. The first one was like 50 pages, the second one was 40, the third one was 40, the fourth one was like 50, and this one is 81 pages. So we're about halfway through this one, and we're still going strong. we're indeed not fine. Something crazy happened Friday. What happened on Friday? Not stealth, but scared. Scared is a potat. I know, it's fine. I'm not being stealthy, being scared. There's a difference. Hey, Angel, love you, BB. You must always stay true to your way. Oh, poor Rally. What happened on Friday, Inja? Still reading? I cleaned my whole kitchen. Yeah, we're only halfway through this book, Mayo. This is the last book, though. But yeah, it's kind of funny because I've been playing... Technically, the first time I played Oblivion was the day it came out, and I got about 4 hours in, and I actually played the game. The second 2 days I played, which was last Thursday and Friday, I didn't get much done in the games because I was talking to chat the whole time instead of playing. I was basically just chatting under the Oblivion category. And then I played yesterday, and I'd say I got a decent amount done yesterday, and now today we've been reading a book series, so I haven't really gotten that much like stuff done in the game. But I've been enjoying this book series. It's been really good. Friday was a crazy day for a couple people, apparently. Is it Friday? Something crazy happened. Oh, it is Friday. It literally is Friday. Well, it's only Friday for like another minute, but... Are you going to elaborate, engineer? Or are you talking about Rally? Hi, Canadian Looney. Welcome in. Welcome. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I really do. Let me drink a little bit more water. I can feel my throat starting to go out. Inja! There's so much lore, plus I didn't help with the whole focus on Oblivion thing. Alright, I thought Inja was gonna say, you know, what happened on Friday, but I guess not. So we're just gonna keep reading then. I got offered a Mississippi job, so you wouldn't have to move all the way to Arizona. Do you want the Mississippi job? Sort of. Need to interview, but I'm good at those. I got hailed on. Hail, warrior. I bring tidings. Sorry, I have a little thing in Luthamir's chat where it goes, "Hail, warrior," and that's just like the first thing I thought of when I heard hail, even though I know that's not the same hail you're talking about. Hold on, I'm trying to open my water bottle, but like something about this flat of water is really hard to open. It's comparable? I'm going to pray. It's serendipitous for sure. Yeah. And you can let me know more details later if you want to, after the interview. Literally hailed from the moment I got out of my car to the moment I got in my house. A little icing on the cake. Literally beating you while you're already down. I'm so sorry, Rally. I know it's been a rough day for you. After I'm done with stream, we can talk if you want. I don't know if you want to, but if you're awake or don't want to just try to sleep the day off, we can talk if you want. But yeah, we've got like 40 more pages of this book to go, so let's do this. I haven't even seen hail since I was 6. Really? So I'll try and do a little bit of a quick recap for anyone who hasn't heard the previous part of this book series. But basically this is about the Dark Elf Queen Baron Zaya, who is ruling over Mournhold and Morrowind, which I think Mournhold is supposed to be the capital city of Morrowind. And basically kind of just telling her backstory and how she became queen. and then what happened during her time as queen. So it literally is just like a biography essentially, but it's told more like a story, so it's much more interesting than just your flat like biography of Abraham Lincoln or whatever. I'm canceling Friday. But yeah, so in the recent events, her husband died, her children are with her, and she's currently imprisoned in the capital city, in the imperial city in Cyrodiil. She's not technically arrested or anything yet, but she's worried about that she's going to be getting there soon. So that's where we are currently. Thank goodness it's Saturday. King Eadwire greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually, he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favorable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, "Milady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but I—" "No," Baranziah said with sudden decisiveness. "You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know." Oh yeah, so that's also important. The current emperor is currently not the actual emperor. It is somebody who deceived her into helping her. Deceived her into helping him get a staff of chaos, and he's currently using it to. He used it to kidnap and hide away the actual emperor, and is using his illusion magic to look like the emperor. So yeah, I'm down to voice chat later if that was directed at me. Just DM me if I'm awake, I'll respond. Oh, I mean, I was talking to Rally, but we could all hop in a VC if you want. I probably should pretend to sleep. I'm sore and yeah. Engineer. Well, actually, you know what, Rally? If you want to tell him, you can tell him. I'll shut up on that for now. Probably should pretend to sleep. I'm sore and grumpy like Grandpa after a bad golf game. You're gonna be hurting tomorrow. Like, you're really gonna just ice your shoulder now. Where the seatbelt is, just ice your shoulder. Just do it now. Never mind sleep, I guess I can hop into VC. I mean, if you guys are in a VC that I can see and join, I'll join you later. But yeah. Otherwise, I'll message one of you and be like, yo, let me in. But anyway. Eadwire relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. You know, you're not just humoring someone you might think a madman. There wasn't a seatbelt. Was there an airbag in your face? Were you not wearing a seatbelt, Rally? Is there not one in the car, or you weren't wearing it because you're dumb? Nope, no airbag. And yes, I will call you out for not wearing your seatbelt. Rally. No airbag. Well, I guess it's probably a good thing that you didn't just, like, stop. Because it wasn't a front on, you know, you bounced off of it. But dang. So you kept your momentum, but goodness gracious. Alright. Well, I'll yell at you about that later then. Make sure I'm actually properly clicked into the game. I assure you, my lord, I am not. She took a deep breath. And who do you surmise is dissembling as the Emperor? The Imperial Battle Mage, Yeagar Thorn. Oh, that's what... Oh. Okay. The Imperial Battle Mage, Yeagar Thorn. Ah, my lord. Have you heard, perchance, of someone called the Nightingale? Yes, my lady. As a matter of fact, I have. My allies and I believe him to be one and the same man as the renegade Tharn. I knew it! Baranziah stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. The Nightingale, Yeagar Tharn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He had contrived their downfall, seamlessly, perfectly. Symmachus! My Symmachus! Eadwire coughed diffidently. Lady, we need your aid. Baranziah smiled grimly at the irony. I do believe I should be the one saying those words, but go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my lord king? Quickly, the monarch outlined a plot. The mage, Rhea Silmain, of late apprentice to the vile Yeagar Tharn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor. Yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake— Oh, this is how it goes. Oh, I'm excited. Like 6 inches to the left and someone would probably pick up their favorite wood. Oh my gosh, Rally. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in an unknown site. This champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Yeager Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while the Chosen One gained freedom with Rhea's spirit help. Baron Zaya had the false Emperor's ears and seemingly his eyes. Would she provide the necessary distraction? I suppose I could obtain another audience with him, Baron Zaya said carefully. But would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have recently been declared traitors to the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, my lady, and Morrowind, things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass that makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers also quite assures that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, my lady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable, sacrosanct, in fact. The king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, my lady, is a double-edged claymore. So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. My lord king, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eyes, and seemingly at that? It hurt worse in my own room. I'm fine. Like I said, you're gonna hurt one more tomorrow. Edwire looked uncomfortable. It was whispered among the servants that Yeager Tharn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. I see. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him, foolish woman, and the man she had once loved had caused to be killed. The man she truly did love. Loved. He's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain of living the rest of her life without him. The pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love. Pain of knowing that he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults, who would never know their father. How brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving. Especially little Morgaya. And for that, for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Edwire's words broke into her thoughts. Does what surprise me? Your likeness in Tharn's room. Oh. Her features set imperturbably. Yes. And no. Edwire could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, my lady. Can you gain him a bit more time? You trust me in this, my lord king? Why? We are desperate, my lady. We have no choice. But even if we did, why? Yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Baron Zaya related the recent events quickly and coolly. My lady queen, but how dreadful! I'm so sorry. For the first time, Baron Zaya's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, my lady, we can hardly ask. Nay, my good lord. Under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphaned children as you may. Edwire drew himself up. His eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen, the gods of our beloved land, indeed Tamriel itself, be my witness. This man has some pain, though. He's gonna feel it tomorrow, for real. I feel like interrupting somebody with he's dead might be the worst possible way to inform someone that somebody died. Yeah, right? His words touched her absurdly yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, my good lord King Edwire. You have mine and my children's everlasting She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children that she expected to be gone a few days, and bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial city. Helseth looked dour, but said nothing. It was very like his father. His father. At the Imperial Palace, Baranzaya was escorted, not into the great audience hall, but to a small parlor where the Emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Baranzaya stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago. Centuries ago. Tiber Septim. Another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Symmachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it until now, but she had loved Straw, only she had never let him know. She'd been so young then. Those had been carefree days, halcyon days, before all this, before him. Not Symmachus, the Nightingale. Why is freaking Discord is not supposed to be open on my computer right now. There we go. The man could still affect her, even now. Even after all that had happened, a strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. When she turned back at last, Uriel Septim had vanished, and the Nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew, instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might have at least pretended. Baranzaya spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power, but leave my children alone. No, I don't want that at all, Baranzaya. He came near, speaking low, in the old caressing voice that had sent shivers cascading through her body. The same voice that was doing the same thing to her, here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now, I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give to you. He once more waved his hand towards the window and the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. Too late. You left me to him. He's dead. Peasant's dead. A scant few years. What do they matter? The children can be adopted by me. And we'll have others together, Baranzaya. Oh, and what children they'll be. What things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. I have powers you haven't ever dreamt of, not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved in to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do. You know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Baranzaya. Baranzaya, my beloved, tell me, shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her, the past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Baranzayas. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Baranzaya? They said the thing. For by that choice, she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew who the real Baranzaya was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps? The Nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well. It's been long. Besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, my lady Queen Baranzaya. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it. Now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together, while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Baranzaya idly said one day. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Baronzaya pouted, but softened her lips when he leaned in for a kiss. Nonsense, love. Of course I do, but it isn't here, he chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained wisdom since we last met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direct consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him, and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can and will show you. And then they did the thing. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart and he lay dozing, she thought sleepily, one of two, two of one, three of two, two of three. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. She stood up, eyes blazing. She started to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries into it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of the Thieves Guild in a past life, in another life. Another Baronzaya. One morning, Baronzaya managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied at his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fang Lair. Although its location was only given in the vaguest of terms, the diary was crammed with jotted events in odd shorthand and was very hard to decipher. Well, Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps, and yet. For all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which he was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then when his eyes would go blank and hard, and yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness, too. And contentment. Peasant dreams, Baronzaya thought. And Straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad, and then Theris with a feline Khajiit smile, Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely, Samachus, solid, stolid Samachus, who did what ought to be done quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale. The Nightingale. A riddle, certainly, and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale, who would rule all and more and spread chaos in the name of order. Baronzaya got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death, and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed like an era, sobbing wretchedly, while Helseth ran off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Eadwire called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet, learn more as she could. The Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Eadwire's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Baronzaya even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Eadwire publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with them at least once a week. The children liked Eadwire, even Helseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor, and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarreled with both his mother and her lover. Eadwire was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Baronzaya just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Uriel Septim was already married. At least, not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared to harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumors had circulated by the Nightingale agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel, disguised as schools. She'll grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Baronzaya's swollen breasts and swelling belly with satisfaction. As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married, your child will be my true heir. He did want the child, Baronzaya was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continuously now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province furthest from the imperial city. Baronziah made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Baronziah would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring that she wanted no more to do with him, but he would always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece. An easy one, since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagoth Ur was. When she quarreled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city and with Aedwire, and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person. Nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the imperial city's nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Baronziah, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest, oh my gosh, I just want to say, well, no, because the Nightingale's not related. Anyway, Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Aedwire was fanatically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Baronziah and Aedwire were married again a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Aedwire doted on her and her children. She, in her turn, did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a very good place for children to grow up while they waited and bided their time and prayed for the champion's success in his mission. Baronziah could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. She was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world. All the time. But no more love left to give, no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain and memories and her children. She only wanted to raise her family and provide them a good life and be left to live out whatever remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity of her soul as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams. That's what she wanted. That was what the real Baronziah wanted. That was what the real Baronziah was. Peasant dreams. Pleasant dreams. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I was really hoping we'd hear more about the champion and how that worked, but that might be in a different book. But man, we did it. We read through all of the books. It meant that we got, like, not much done in the actual game, but I'm sure we're used to this by now. Alright, unfortunately, I do need to go, because it's Friday, not Sunday, and I've already gone, like, almost halfway past 12, which is later than I should have gone. But it's fine! Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed story time. I know I did. So, I'm gonna go look for somebody to raid. I'm sure a lot of people are asleep by now. Because, let's be honest, reading streams tend to go this way. But yeah. Aren't you the champion in Skyrim? I mean, we're the chosen one. But I'm not entirely sure if, Are we the champion that they talk about? I don't know. I'll need to look more into this stuff. I love it. I think it's really cool. Isn't the mission with the Wabbajack staff a thing? So the Wabbajack staff is different from the Staff of Chaos. I actually asked the same thing earlier. The Staff of Chaos is not the Wabbajack. I thought maybe it was the same thing under different. I need to go. It's really, really late. But thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate you. I hope you all had a fantastic time with the books. I know I did. That was a really good book. I kind of wish there was another part to it to hear more about the story, but you know, we read like so much today. Have a good night, you too. Thank you guys again so much for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw, oops. Well, I got boomer caps on, that's fine. Raid messages in the chat. First one's for subs, second one's for non-subs. we're gonna just go say hi to Vigi because she is live and she was gone for I think a couple of weeks. They had a lot of stuff going on family wise, so she was not live for a long time, but now she's back. I was actually gonna raid her yesterday, but then we ended up raiding Jiffy instead. But we're gonna go say hi to Vigi. She's currently not like on mic. She might be taking like a little bit of a food break, but she is in chat, so she's there. Also, not a shout out. A raid. There we go. All right. So tomorrow, Skyrim. Sunday, Skyrim. Be there. Be square. Be here. Be square. Be an oval. I don't know. Nothing rhymes today. All right. Love you guys. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye, goodbye. Everyone go tell Vigi she's amazing because she is. Love you all.